Good morning, everyone. So we are here with the second day, and the session will be starting by our speaker, sir. So I request you all to be attentive and be active, and write down every important points, key points, and after the session will be over, you are free to ask your queries. We will be coming one by one to you for the questions, and you have to be prepared for the questions. So be prepared and be active in the session. So we will begin our second day session.
Okay, thank you, and welcome all for the second day session. So yesterday we talked about the post-harvest losses, how to minimize that one, and today continue to that one. Rather than technical, we look for the social aspects. So the topic for today is social cultural factors, and that is the one thing which may be technical side quite ignored one, because whatever technology we are using, it's supposed to be adopted. Okay, and post-harvest things means post-harvest practices, and when we link with the losses, because the stakeholder in that area, their adoption rate for such technology is quite low still now. So we expect on that one what may be the barrier and how to overcome on that one. So we talk here in general because now we start already with the post-harvest operations, then the strategies post-harvest. So we make the outline from the some post-harvest technologies, and what is the main barrier and what is the main factors that is towards the adoption or towards the ignorance for that factors, and then we can see how to address that social or cultural barriers to adopt that technologies. So with that we start here. Now we aware now one thing, because we already have the idea what is when we talk about the post-harvest, starting from farm to the end farmer, end user, and maybe as the course is meant towards the post-harvest, so we may hear that value chain many times, okay, throughout the whole sessions or all 5 days. So indirectly our first idea here in the post-harvest value chain to improve the quality of the product, extend the shelf life of the product, and at the same time when we bring it to the market, okay, it's supposed to have the fetch the good economical prices. So all the factors supposed to be important here, and that is the one role, key role what we say whenever adoption of the technologies. It may be starting, as we mentioned here, because it's starting from farm to at the end user, may the market level. So anywhere we can use that one. So we mentioned some examples here, like a technological site, like a cold storage, as it requires from different product to product, and of course there is a lot of things when we consider the cold storage practices, why the farmer not using, what may be the social barrier for that one. The packaging solution also, if we come in the food background or post-harvest background, we know one thing here, there are number of types of packaging. Yesterday we talked about a little bit on the corrugated packaging, but if we consider from paper, glass, wood, number of type of packaging, what may be the use or what may be good for the product. At the same time, when we're looking for the packing side, another important aspect here, what's the locally available, can we use that one, and if it's a locally use available, locally one, is the people are ready to accept it. Then the facilities for the sorting, grading, maybe it's a farm level, maybe the storing site where we can say sorting, grading, and particularly that may be one important for the both way, one to maintain the quality, and at the end for the end users, because both way they are looking for that one. So when we have the product with a similar maturity or similar size, similar color, because why we talking on that one, as a post-harvest side, as a when we say the consumer, we cannot directly link internal quality of the product. What we assess from our appearance, texture, color, that may be the first criteria from us to select the product. And then we try to link it with the internal quality of the product. Then after that one we talk about the transportation, what we yesterday also discussed on that one. What type of transport system we have and how the people accept it. Sometimes they aware that okay, when we handle the product roughly or transportation system is not good, it may be affect your final product quality, but still that was the ignored one. So that may be some practices, some technologies still using, but with the time we can see if we go behind 10 to 15 years back and today, there are a lot of change happening, but the progress is slow. That we need to agree on that one and accept on that one. So this might be typical some post-harvest technologies worldwide using, and so with the product to product it may changes, even sorting, grading, and what your consumer demand, that may be important aspects here. Are you looking the product for the local market, neighboring one, interstate one, or even for the international one? So you may follow some guidelines for the product quality, grading, sorting, even for the management. And for the international side, nowadays you may, as we yesterday mentioned about the industry 4 or food 4, and lot of aspects is coming on that one. And now for this type of things, even the advanced level, we can say the blockchain also coming in that way. So people like to know from where your product coming, what the practices you are using, what is the treatment, what is the storage temperature, all the information they like to know about that one. So this is the common picture what we see in the post-harvest. Sometimes it's a storage, sometimes it's the handling, sorting, and the practices commonly we can see here, the sorting, grading. There are different approaches. Sometimes we can say people do by manually, or sometimes by now the advanced techniques like imaging and things. So manually when they look for sorting and practices, it may be cheaper. Okay, that's obviously it's cheaper when it's manually, but at the same time efficiency is the issue, because there are human factors there. When you, it's a similar way when we come here in the class in the morning time, you are energetic, and at the last at 5 o'clock if I ask you to listen the same way, it's not practical. So it's when the human doing that one in the morning, the efficiency and evening, and they need to deal with something. So some factors are there and fatigue, and then we move towards advancement like imaging techniques, what's the commonly used in international level. So still the adoption, particularly India, is quite low for such advanced techniques. People doing still by their experience, by their manual practices. So now for the when we see, and yesterday's also one thing mentioned, that's 1/3 product what we harvest never reach to the consumer, and even the magnitude is quite high for that one. And we aware that one, if we using the post-harvest practices or advanced techniques for that one to preserve the product, we may protect the product. Yes, we know about the things, but still it's not adopted. There may be different reasons, and that's maybe one aspect what we say here. Just one more. We may say here that social cultural barrier. Yeah, social cultural barrier, that may be one aspect, and that may be the reason that technology, when we look here, they're not adopted by the people. Because stakeholder, when you see in the value chain, they are starting from the first stakeholder is the farmer. Okay, and then vendors, retailer, traders, they are all involving that one. And it's like we aware losses are there, there is a huge loss financially, even the resources wise, and still the adoption, new things come in the market, people are not ready to accept it easily. It's a time being. Like for example, when you say some countries like Thailand, Malaysia, when you say the 80% product, agriculture product, go for the processing side, means post-harvest losses they try to reduce, and every stakeholder is involving that one. But the case in the other countries, like even in India, is not the same one, because there are some reasons. In general, what we say, the farmer one is maybe our part is the smallholder farmers, because people in the come in the idea our agricultural land, our land holding side is small, and the technology may be expensive, or maybe we don't have the enough product to process for that one, or use the technology for that one. That may be some reason, or some challenges that may be we coming in the detail one, from the challenging from the education to gender side, that also maybe there's some things. So what exactly what we say when we look for the adoption, just to we see the technology that we tested for a specific product, and that is ready for use for the farmers. If they use this one, this may helping them to reduce the losses, maintain the product quality. And the pictures what we show here, still the practices. If you go the farmer, you go the your market level, what we say here, the mandi, the similar situation we can see here. So when we come here, the main socio-cultural factors that may be restriction or barrier for our adoption of technology, there may we can consider for the this important one. First one, knowledge and awareness. Gender, who is the responsible take the decision, men, woman, or sometimes it's a jointly. What's their educational background? Are they ready to adopt the change, or ready to take the new advancement in the technology and implement it? Sometimes they feel maybe the risk. Sometimes cultural belief or practices, cultural beliefs in this case, we may go in the detail in that one. Like traditionally what we use in the practices, this may be the correct one, and people not ready to accept that one. We need to change from the current practices to new practices, though they have the idea, they are good, and sometimes that restrictions, that types of beliefs keep them away from the adoption. Then the community and social norms, sometimes they have the fear, if I get failure, if the society with us or against us, for that factor also there. Age, okay, that may be one important part, because when young farmers, young traders, and the old one, they have their mentality is different in that one, how to adopt that one. Their risk factor, taking the risk factor also different one. And finally it comes one about the, when we're talking about technology, is a cost effective, are they affordable, and when we look for the return side, are we getting that enough return from that one, and what's the government policies for that one. Suppose we need to, when you talk about the cold storage one, and cost of cold storage probably when you see here is go very high one. If the government is ready to give the subsidies or free interest free loan, so that are the factors making here we can adopt technology or not. And for the making this adoption successful, probably we like to overcome on that one actually, because finally as we research we come in that one, it's a better to adopt, and that's maybe targeted from the every organization, even from government policy, that technology what we develop, even in the lab level, research level, or tested it's supposed to reach to the end users. So first one, in that one about knowledge and awareness, particularly when we about the awareness is when you talk with the farmers and visit them, and they will tell you, okay, we have that issues, we have the problem, the product of quality will never, when it reach to the market, not up to the satisfactory level or the reaching up to the optimum standard. It's not the things, they're not aware about that one, but another one, how to overcome that one. So they know the problem, but how to overcome that problem? Is there some technology, some practices they may use or adopt? It may help them to protect their product. And the lack of awareness, particularly how to adopt, what's the technology available, so that may helping them to maintain the quality for the product as well as to extend its shelf life, so they can protect the product even the harm level. Now probably we aware something here, one thing what I mentioned here, the awareness and the farmer level, where they say the their land holding side is quite small, but technology we can come here from a cost basis and some small cheap technology, what we say, like storing the product, like even the evaporative cooling and that type of things. If the practices they can use at a farm level with the, and they can keep the product for longer period. Then when we go for the bigger side, sometimes it comes with the cooperative one. The people maybe come together and bring the group of farmers together, so they can adopt the technology better way. And if when they have not aware that things actually what is technology available, particularly when after harvesting the product, what supposed we do. So as we aware, the one thing actually, once we harvested, the important is pre-cooling, because we need to take the field heat out from the product. So what may be the practice? So that may be the awareness. Okay, harvest the product early morning. If they train the people with the campaigning and things, and after harvesting, make the product cool as soon as possible. Maybe keeping the product at lower temperature, or otherwise just using the cold water to drop with for some specific product. So when you able to remove the field from the product, you are able to keep the product for longer period. And then such practices, if they're not aware or not ready to adopt that one, indirectly what the result is high post-harvest losses, and indirectly losses is high, quality is not better, then directly come to the financial things, like when we say the low income. Okay. Then about the technologies, when we say the lacking, sometimes it not reach to the farmer as well. Okay, some campaigning, government policy try to make that one, it not reaches. And at the same time, when the technology reaches to the farmer, they like to know it is effective or not, because a number of factors depends on that one. Is it adopted a particular product, particular crop, particular atmospheric condition, and linked with the costing, because sometimes they have the perception when the technology come, it is not cheap. Okay, so they need to pay a very high amount, but there is a possibility that the costing may be reduced with the different policies may be there for the farmers benefit this one. So when they look for the that all the factors, what is the current practices going on, means it's like when we say we need to be come with what is the current trends in the industry. Okay, So what is the in the cold storage side, what is the practices going on? Before it was a cold storage, and we see the practices that may go to lakhs to crore rupees. Now government come with the policies, even solar power plus cold storage in the practices now. So they may reduce the price of electricity, this one. At the same time government making the policy, okay, make the maximum subsidies or reduce the interest rate. So if they aware that they make the some change in their behavior to adopt that one. And what is the current packaging one? Now in packaging side, number of material they use for the packaging, there may be one possibility. That's what's the locally available material they can use for this one. Suppose the area where they have the bamboo or some local material they can use for the cushioning one, they can use for the packaging material. And recently I came aware one thing about one Thailand study where they are trying to use leaves, but a better way, not like directly keeping, make the packaging directly from the banana leaves where they can protect the product with. So, and even for some advanced techniques for the drying, because in the post-harvest side, today also we agree in that one, the drying is the one of the oldest preservation methods, but people also aware that one, that's we need to dry, but the practices what they using still completely rely on open sun drying. Though it's cheap, but at the same time we're not able to maintain the quality of the product. So if they aware, okay, not direct sun drying, so open sun drying, maybe they have indirect solar drying, some greenhouse drying, that type of practices or awareness for that one, that may be able to change their attitude, their approach towards the adoption of the technology. So one thing, whenever change what we expected from the stakeholder side, firstly they're supposed to be aware about this one. So that's why we say here that's awareness is our foundation. So whatever the change we expect from the stakeholders, from the farmer side to the end user one, they must aware actually for this one, what's available, what's the practices going on there, and what's the technology available. So, and the stakeholder side, even they can link with the advancements, some government policy maker, they can help them regarding these technologies, just to campaigning actually. Then another aspect after this one is the gender. Now in the agriculture side, we can consider here men and women. Nowadays they contribute equally in that both side. Some practices in agriculture side, particularly when you talk about the fruits and vegetable harvesting and that part, that where the men commonly involved, and some practices were dominated by the woman. After harvesting side, when we see in the market level, mostly the practices and surveys and study they come in that one, that's more dominated by woman, okay, post harvest one. So like to check here how their decision making for this one, are they ready to change the approach towards that practices to adopt, or sometimes some studies even show that one, their cultural factors actually, what they are believing, the society one, their rights particularly, though they are involving in their practices, are they capable to make the decision, or are they have the rights to make the decision, or they need to combine decision to adopt these practices. So that also making the big impact in this one. If there is a practice we aware this one and it may costing or taking time process, is the woman can directly take the decision, oh no, I would like to adopt this one, I would like to go for the training for particular post-harvest training practices to know and use my for practices, or she need to take the decision as a company, as a family, or who are the stakeholder involved in that one. So, and even what is the assess, suppose people are living in the Odisha, and they aware that one, okay, the product we have here, they have the technology, but not in India, they made it from somewhere. They have the access, they can easily access from that technology or go for the training. If the training they adopted in the long distance, is it possible for culture way to send them alone to go for there? So that type of situation, that type of practices may be a kind of barrier for this one. The access for the technologies, suppose some technology, as we are working in the similar field in the post-harvest side, some technologies maybe they use develop itself in the country for different institutes. So some may be outside, but when we are aware that one, that maybe we can replicate in our area. Can we easily access for the technology at the root level, or we need to rely on what we have existing one? So that may be some chain or some way to get that here, and we need to agree on that one. We need to agree, particularly when we mention here the whatever resources, whatever information people including that one, it may be men or woman, that is the cultural practices based on their situation make big impact to adopt the technology, or just keep it how they are doing that one. Then importantly about the education, and there may be different studies, they looking in the agriculture side how the educational background make the awareness, at the same time how people are ready to adopt something. And we may agree on all on this one, the higher education helping here to make the decision to adoption the new technologies, and whatever new changes what we say here in the farm level, there are new generation people who is highly educated and come in the sector, making the decision, taking the advantage of new advancement in the post-harvest technology, adopting at farm level, even in the whole post-harvest value chain. So what we at the end, what we say, the beneficiary side may extending and maintain the quality of the product, and the education also sometimes when we have the limited, or sometimes even the primary education, because before what the trend was that the people who live in the agriculture practices, who doing the agriculture, mainly their education level was low. Okay, but now the change is happening here. Some people, we can say the highly educated also, they look here, to ready to adopt here. Probably one of the best example we come across here in the Maharashtra, there was one group, they call it a Sahyadri Farmers Association. Okay, so the person is from the engineering background, he's agriculture engineering, and they did a master in the post-harvest, and that was the biggest farmer association, farmer groups who sell, who turn over more than crores of rupees. That is near to Nashik. Okay, near to Nashik, they are mainly work in the grapes now. So when they come in that area to advancement, adopt a new technology, and at the same time they make it, when the people are living, and when you, because that was also one thing is the leadership there, because the people are also ready to follow you if you show something positive symptoms from that one. If the people are saying, okay, they adopting new technology, their income is increasing, they are maintaining the quality of the product, so indirectly the people are ready to follow in this sector for you as well. So sometimes there are some technical glitch also there. Sometimes people like to know the things very simple way. Okay, farmer for farmers, if we have the manual and we like the technical information, that how we look for our side, it's for very difficult for the farmers to easily understand this one. And that may be the, that's why we say here some limited education, they may able to unable to understand actually, and they may struggle actually for this one, what may be the how this working, what may be operational going on, and when it's coming in that complicated, they already come in that, okay, it's not my cup of tea, I will come out from that one. Okay, so that may be one thing, it may be go more simple way, but if you have education, good education background, they may ready to accept this one. And so that was the research, and they do here that one, when there is a higher education or good education for that one, they may easily adopt the new technology, because they try to adopt whatever technical skill required for particular, and what may be the resources they have to utilize better way. So that may be very benefit things here, having the higher education. Then after this one, some cultural beliefs and practices. Sometimes, okay, we come in the socio-cultural practices, some we may come across, some very difficult to change actually, because some cultural beliefs actually and traditional practices, because still people coming in that way, some regions, they do not want to change. Whatever the practices coming from generation, they like to follow the similar way. Okay, so they even they come in the sometimes the argument is one, no, my forefather, past generation doing that one for that particular products, and their experience, we need to respect that one. Okay, so their beliefs actually sometimes not allow them to adopt some technologies, though they are coming in that one, they may beneficial, even some areas from similar product they may be successful. So the practices particularly in the region, and it was quite difficult sometimes to change, because just they believe in that one is coming by generation to generation, and they pass it to us, not easy to change this one. And at the same time, when it's coming for the new one, their new advanced technology may be using similar practices, sometimes they, okay, this is something unknown, unfamiliar technology, though they are doing the similar work, but advancement with this one. So that's a probably the one thing. And though that practices are more advancement, more beneficial, but yet the traditional practices, their beliefs are too strong to leave that practice and adopt that change. Sometimes it's like it's not exactly the taking the risk, but it's like a go against the tradition, and this is quite difficult thing even here. So sometimes they may, rather than encouraging the people to adopt new technology, they may go the negative side to keep in the similar way. And some practices we can see, you are lot of players means sometimes they come in the, okay, harvesting time rather than maturity side, they believe on the time. Okay, so as a scientifically what we consider here, when we need to harvest the product, we need to get a proper maturity. But sometimes they come here, no, that is the period of the product when we need to harvest. So even they're not able to listen that one. Then about the what's the community and social norms. Sometimes one thing for the human being, what we consider one, we are a social animal. Okay, when we using our social platform, we are looking two things: appreciation or negative comments. Okay, and people are the fearing for this one. Okay, and sometimes they have in the social way, what we say, when they adopted a technology, if not successful or something going wrong or taking the risk, and that may be expected, we may get the criticism, strong criticism from the society. Or sometimes when I accept the technology, for example, all the society is not ready to accept new change, but as a your awareness, your information, we are coming in that one, okay, this technology is better for particular crop, still you taking the decision against a complete society. Then the changes here, if we're successful, that's fine. If something go wrong, it may be getting the one criticism, or sometimes there is a practice at some farmer level, you can say they may be, society may be exclude you from their group. They consider you the outsider. That's the practices. And that may, what will affect here in the society one, because we are sometimes like a social decisions, okay. So how you taking the decision, that may be in what society you are living, okay, is affecting your decision. You are ready to change or not. Your behavior, particularly toward the new technologies, particularly, and you may agree in that one. Actually, we have the different state, different countries around the world. Even in the country we have, sometimes adoption of technology, some states is quite higher compared to another states. You may come, some states are like, for example, if you consider like a state like Punjab, okay, adoption of agriculture technology is quite higher compared to another states. Some state, if you come here, even in the Chhattisgarh or Jharkhand or any other, there may be practices people still believing in the traditional way. Adoption rate is quite low. It may, we not say it's a not changing, but adoption rate is slow, means very minimal level they are ready to change that one. So that all in the beliefs in the what the society, what the community we are doing that one. In what we do here, we research it, what we do. Whatever the problem we feel, we may ask your seniors. Okay, that's our research problem. Or then next level, maybe your supervisor, we can discuss this part. Okay, some issues with my understanding or research. Even in the agriculture side, what they do here, they do what their peers, people get their advices, their suggestions. Okay, that's happening, the product is getting damaged as soon as harvested. What may be their suggestion? And they suggest to you by their experiences. Some may, it may good. Sometimes if they have educational background, better background, they may come in the technical side, or sometimes just similar way what they have the beliefs. Okay, so that taking guidance from the peers, and they may go the individually take their guidance, adopt or not adopt, and that makes sense here even for the guidelines for this one. But it may just practice their experience, sometimes it may not work. Then another factor here, age. Now, okay, we again agree on this one, because age make the you how you are ready to adopt any change, new practices, adoption of new technologies. When you are early in the colleges, early in the universities, you have that dream to change everything. With the time, you're keeping here for 20 years, it may be quite difficult or challenging actually to adopt this one. So when you come here, the most, okay, that is the important part here, okay, I say most adoption or accepting the changes in the post-harvest side, the youth community. But I carefully using word here youth, because you may find some practices using by the even the senior people, but they are very low. Okay, so because you have the mindset, you have the mentality, and ready to accept the change, you are aware what is going in the world, going in the industry, going in the that processing side, post-harvest side. Even you come here, okay, what type of product people looking for, what type of technology they are looking for, what technology is helping here to keep the product for longer period. For example, if we come in the cold storage practices that is commonly used to store the product, then suddenly you may have the aware that okay, technology, when we read in the now the socially or getting the information, why not compared to cold storage, normal cold storage, why not I go for the controlled atmospheric one that may be helping me here to keep the product for longer. But when we see again the practices here, the cost may be quite expensive here, but recently we get the idea here, why not even the renewable energy powered cold storage. That is the something actually we expect from the youth here, and mostly they have likely to be ready to adopt such practices actually. And at the same times they may have sometimes knowledge or sometimes ready to accept that one. Sometimes if they're not aware that one, but they are eager, ready to look for that one, how that practice is working, how we can adopt that one, how we can use for us that one. So that may be youth actually involving in that as a main stakeholder, particularly and another way when you say the world, because sometimes changing their attitude, because they still believe what I am doing from last 30 years, 25 years, it's a correct one. I'm not ready to change what I am believing. And what sometimes they feel, even you talk with those who are coming from the farmer background, they may coming in this way, we advocating for new technology, new advancement. They may come here two things. Oh, it may be risky, okay? That's always say, whenever new things come, that we call is a kind of generation gap, yeah? Whatever new things comes, and whenever we talk, okay, it's a risky to adopt this one, or sometimes it's not important, it's unnecessary, just a waste of our time, resources, everything. So that one, the generation gap, particularly youth one, the possibility from the youth generation is quite high to adoption for this one, and they may not helping here to go smoothly this one. And one assumption was that one, whatever new things come, it may be expensive. Sometimes we found some practices, just changing the approach, how to use the practices may change a lot of things. Like for example, when we come here, pre-cooling, there are a lot of advancement techniques, but when we say the cheapest option was that one, pre-cooling, as soon as field heat removing, we keeping the product under the shade as soon as we harvested, just to make the product cool naturally under the shade, or cooling with the cold water rather than expensive technologies, just changing the approaches. Because what the study telling here, 6 hour delay in the pre-cooling you can save there, means if you make the time and 6 hour delay, it may losing at least 1 week shelf life of the product, because once the respiration metabolism changes inside, we cannot stop that one. So such practices maybe we can advocate for the targeted group to adopt that new solutions. Then particularly again the cost, okay? So sometimes we aware, okay, the technology is good, it may be useful, we can save the product, maintain the quality, then even pay the good prices. But what about the initial cost? If it's quite expensive, shall we go for that one? And that may be changed with you if you get the proper guidance actually. So they have giving the proper analysis this way. Okay, we are investing this one for the such technology, to adoption of technology, with the time being for particular product you may face that may be benefit after certain period. If that type of campaigning, that type of information getting for the stakeholders, and now we can see in the around the side the scenario is changing. Even we see the cluster to cluster for that type of practices people are using. Even the every state, every area, they are clustering for this one. They using the sometimes technologies involving from the whole post-harvest. Maybe they have the better post-harvest handling tools, okay, They have cold storage practices, they have transportation, quite good quality transportation where they can properly handle the product. At the same time, eco-friendly packaging, that's awareness for the people. And then they come here because the perception what we have about the cost and at the end what benefit they will get by one is the education, giving the proper education, okay, that's the information how the process working, but at the same time we're demonstrating that one with some products, how it is helping here to maintain the product and coming in the better way, and what may be the important one, financial support they are getting. It may be sometimes we aware this one, there are many government ministries, even some NGOs, they are looking here to adoption for this one and helping the people to adopt the technology. So it may helping their change their perceptions. Though is some technologies may be costly, but if we with the time they may getting the good benefit this one. Particularly when you talk about the cold storage, because cold storage practice is quite expensive, that we need to agree on that one. The facility, the requirement, space, and that may be, and sometimes they may go at the community level or corporate level, but by education and demonstration and the supporting from the funding bodies, it may help to overcome on that one. And that may be opportunity for stakeholders to adopt the new technologies. So this may be some factors what we say the social culture, and there may be some case studies particularly we do here, that may be we can see the approaches, attitude, the people towards the advancement of technologies. So this is one case study actually what we did here in the Oman. Actually this is the market. Though one practice here in the practice, because okay, that's a study done by us only. There, what they check there, we have the like a mandi type market, okay, and the vendors used to bring their product, sometimes local, sometimes imported, selling the products. Particularly the ovens with the different factors we consider here when they keeping the product for longer period. And what we find interestingly there, the people have the particularly the vendors, okay, the vendors have the quite good awareness, the knowledge of the practices, so how to keep the product better way with lower temperature and the practices. At the same time, what's the educational background helping them actually to use their practices. So that is helping them to keep their product with a longer period, at the same time getting the good price for the product, because they maintain the quality of that one. The why is important in the vendor side, because the product coming in the there, and in the Middle East another one is atmosphere condition quite harsh, the temperature goes quite high here, the product will not stay for longer. And as a consumer side, what that their main practice here, we our first impression to check the product texture and color of the product. That's when we go to market, we see by our eyes the product is good, and then just to keep by hand is a texture, and that is the two primary parameters of appearance and the texture to see the product is good or not. And the vendors here, when they're using the practices to store that product in this one, because sometimes the vendors comes and they not able to sell all the fruits, vegetables they are getting the same day, they need to keep it for longer period, and if it's not properly handled there, next day it may be go to the landfill directly. So here when that one, the key message from that one actually, their knowledge about the post-harvest practices and educational background is helping them to maintain the product. Then another one case study here, because that is what the practice is, what we talk about the socio-cultural one. Their experience when they're doing the farming, their age, okay, their age and their social beliefs on the practices. Can we use it, the advanced techniques or not? And what surprisingly, there was this technology, because their study is from the African continent, and African continent mainly the post-harvest practice of what we consider here, they adopted by the means dominated by the woman, and the studies even come in that one. Finally, the woman group actually who is responsible or making the decisions in that practices are ready to adopt that storage practices. Okay, now in the, though in African continent, one other story with this one, the production of maize and things, but they cannot keep the product because mostly times we read the news for hunger and things from African one. Their practice of storage practice is still up to not that mark, and then the maize after harvesting, because they're not able to use the proper storage drying practice and alpha-toxin and things, so they not keep for the longer period. So there was always the campaigning from the FAO, you know, or as well as the government, what advancement supposed to do there. Though the technology is cheaper, but it is helping them to keep their product for the longer period. But coming with the social the factors, actually they are ready to adopt this one storage practice once they know the importance of that one. Then another one, even in the Nigeria, come here with the practices again, because this is all studies. Actually the case studies is just to show here, are they, the stakeholder in the farmers are ready to adopt the practices or not, and the information the given to the people. But the one barrier, as we already told here, what I mentioned here, low level of literacy. To educational, when we talk the education, is still we found there it was the biggest barrier to adopt technology, because sometimes they are very strongly believing what they're using or what they're practicing. They're not ready to change their practices as soon as possible. So whatever the innovation come now, and why it's important again, now we all sitting as like researcher people, okay, so you will innovate something, you will bring something for the society, but at the end what we expect here, there's supposed to be end user for that one. The technology is supposed to available for the communities, to the people, to the stakeholder in the side, and the education is supposed to be linked with the education, because if there is not literacy, not awareness for them, they're not ready to adopt your things easily. And so that's why their study also come in that one, that low level of literacy is big barrier for the adoption of new technology or effective use of the technology. They still using how they want to use this one. Then another one is the study, actually even from the African one, mostly what we found here, that mostly as a dominated by the female, and they come here, they are still believing in their practices what is the traditionally used practices, okay, not the advancement or innovative techniques. They are quietly using this one, and they have limited adoption. When we say about the gender based one, there's a limited base adoption for the modern technology. They have the lack of scientific knowledge. So, and another one with the scientific knowledge, that may be one thing, we cannot tell the people in the farmer life with the technical language. We cannot tell them in the technical language. We need to make the things very simple way so they can easily understand. And another one barrier here, the cost, local unavailability and lack of knowledge. Local unavailability, some techniques actually. Now we read the papers, read the articles, we found here, okay, we have something good technology where we can store the banana with the ethylene management practices, proper ethylene management with the link with the control atmospheric. But if the technology is not here, the machinery is developed in the some European parts, to bring in from there it may be quite expensive, or is it a possibility we can replicate here in the country? So is it, if it's a locally available, that may be, we aware this one is made cheaper, people can easily adopt it, and they may customize as per our requirement. Then sometimes even some practices, when the studies they come here, people, when you say, people still believe on their experiences rather than the technologies. So if they're coming in this one, okay, I'm doing the farming from last 20 years and you are telling me today to adopt this one, we're not going to change as soon as possible. Okay, so the factors like the farming experience, the household side in terms here, the people who is using, but at the same time they are involved in the decision. Sometimes we see in this one, someone's ready to adopt, someone's not ready to, so that may be making some things. And if they involving in the decision making, sometimes involved in the cooperative association, that all things make here one of the things that can we adopt the technology, procedure, or use for the proper post-harvest practices one. And with this one, some technologies, people are interested, people like to use this one, okay, that's also some practices. And then the barrier come here, the finance one. If we have the sufficient amount, sufficient money for this one, if no, what maybe the resources is, the government is ready to give some subsidy or low interest rate, that's all the things make here sense actually to make the popularize the practices. Nowadays probably those coming from the agriculture, aware about the agriculture ministry and things, and in India particularly, they're making a lot of campaigning nowadays to make the whatever techniques, technologies developed at a research station, it's supposed to be available for the farmers. But at the same time, not only the technology, they need to come with what the financial things, what is the cost, if you're using, what may be the benefit with coming with the time, that's supposed to link with this one. And then there was recently more advancement, the technologies before cold storage we come here, and some areas though we using cold storage, but our issue is even from the electricity. Some parts of the country still getting 24-hour access for electricity is the difficult one, and commonly in the rural parts where we say our agriculture side. So then they come with the something like a renewable based, solar based cold storage one. They can use energy from solar energy directly. But even the success of these factors completely depends on the how they get the awareness. What about the investment cost? And yeah, so we come here one factor from the farmer side, they're not ready to pay. Means a low paying person they are actually to a lot of money for the when they using for that practices one. So and even sometimes the link with the consumers awareness also important. If they looking the product with the cold one or not, if they don't know, they don't bother. If they know, they will look for it's coming from cold storage or directly from the farm. So when we talk about all the factors, socio-cultural one, what do we come here that the summarized way. One is the adoption rate, okay, because still that is one thing, the adoption rate is quite low, so it's not reaching up to the consumers, and that is the one thing. Actually, if you see in the post-harvest side, the number 1/3 is still there, the post-harvest losses, and that is why it was surprising little bit. When I was student, I used the same number, some value. Now you are student after 20 years, you are looking for same number. That we have that number 40 to 50% losses, and that may the traditional practices what we using for the post-harvest handling. Of course, it may still going to the food losses, huge food losses towards this one. Then it may having the product quality not reaching up to competitive and fetch good final one. And sometimes the technologies what the researcher side they are bringing with the new innovation, new ideas is not adopted from the end user. So sometimes it may be slow the progress for this one, even for the innovation side as well. Okay, so sometimes we come with the problems here, actually some factors they are responsible that one, but we need to look for some better side how to overcome on that one. So there must be campaigning, so awareness, people make the awareness. So first idea, once they aware this one, okay, we have the losses, you not need to believe that when their losses supposed to be there, we have the practices, we have the some technologies, it may help you to reduce that losses with a region to region, product to product, that may be possible. So awareness raising campaigning, that may be role of sometimes the Ministry of Agriculture, sometimes the universities where they develop some new techniques, new technology, or another stakeholder like NGOs and things, they may make that one. So it's like when we say the, because it's a gender though, but both men and women involved in the practices. So making the common decision, coming together in this one and encourage, okay, they are both aware about what the decision they are making for this one. Even when they have the demonstration training, it is better, sometimes it's like though woman is the responsible for take the practices and training done by the men. So that may be changed actually. So everyone is supposed to involve in this one. Okay, then there may be policy support, like for example, what is the technology development, what is their, if they have the machines, some equipment, what their documentation, what's their training program, for how it will help, and what is the policy for the financial, is the government ready to help this one. So policy support also important for this one to overcome on this one. Then whatever we are doing for this one, supposed to community supposed to understand, okay, what we are doing here for the betterment of that one. Okay, so whatever technological advancement is coming, or we are using the new advancement, that is indirectly helping them to improve their or increase their financial benefits actually. So they may be aligned with this one, and they may be helping here, okay, they are ready to adopt this one. And some technologies, as we mentioned here, some technologies we coming here, okay, we are developing countries, sometimes states, and sometimes even another country, that may be we consider quite useful to use in the countries. And this time, whenever technologies, sometimes the financial one, the taxes on the agriculture product, the technologies which is directly beneficial for the community, farmer community, supposed to waive off, or there may be some rebate on their taxes. That may be, otherwise it may be expensive, your technology quite become expensive and people not ready to accept this one. Particularly when like to make you more popularized in the rural part. Sometimes when we're looking for solutions or looking for technology adoption, it's not bad idea to involve the stakeholder, even the farmer, with your research ideas, research concept, okay? And when we're looking for the solution, particular community, a particular product, maybe the stakeholder for that one, if they involve this one, they may know what may be the success, how it may be useful for them. So it's like a pilot studies we are doing with them. Okay, and importantly here, whatever instrument we aware this one, they will come with the technical language. So when it coming to the end user, to the farmer level, it may be translated and make them very simple way. Is it ready to use actually? So this may be translated and they may be stepwise, not make them complicated actually. People do not like any complicated, okay? The machine is supposed to be, the information is supposed to be very simple words to be addressed. Then it's like a policy makers, they're supposed to offer subsidies, because some policies, yes, we are aware there was some campaigning from Ministry of Horticulture or Agriculture, they are always going with subsidies, even low interest rates, sometimes the rebate for the, if there is a woman or gender, encouragement the gender for this one. So it may really help there, adopt the technology and coming towards the, reduce the losses. And then, as we mentioned here, that one part here, we believe on the peers sometimes. So we are aware, okay, this farmer in the community, they are ready to adopt this one. So following them or taking the guidance from them, and even they collaborate with that such type of leaders is also helping here to adopt that technologies. And even now the people, when we say, when the small farmer, because land holding is small and making the product, making final product is the quite small, if they coming in the like a local cooperative groups or making together the groups for the product particular, and they make the branding for that one and using the product, using the technology at the community level, purchasing or bringing that one, that also making help there. Okay, so this may be all aspects when we're looking to address whatever the issues happening. And the socio-cultural also the big issue, because it's not only, it changes here again one thing, country to country, state to state, region to region, there are a number of practices why it not reaching up to the end level. Okay, so we will stop with now here with our topic on the socio-cultural barrier towards the post-harvest adoption. And if you have any queries, any question regarding that, then we are discuss on that one. Okay, thank you.
Now participants are requested to ask any queries.
Okay. Okay. We'll continue. Okay.
Thank you, Professor Pankaj sir, for delivering such an insightful lecture on the socio-cultural factors influencing the adoption of post-harvest technologies. Your comprehensive analysis of how education, gender roles, cultural practices, and the community dynamic shape technological adoption and has broadened our understanding of this critical subject. These insights are invaluable for fostering sustainable agricultural practices. On behalf of everyone, I extend our heartfelt gratitude for sharing your expertise and time with us. Thank you, sir, and for this enlightening session. Now I request participants to break for the tea and gather here after 10 minutes to start our next lecture. Thank you.
Hello? Yeah, okay.
Thank you all. Session is over to you.
Welcome again. So we continue to the post-house session. Now, initially we check about the social and cultural practices. Now, coming here more towards the post-harvest, how to quantify and damage of the product. Actually, that's what the session for this one. The session will be quantification and assessment of mechanical damage in fresh produce handling. So when the product, what we say, okay, damage is small, big, how we can quantify that one, and what may be the technique to assess that one. Okay, so as we already mentioned, as is a post-harvest, the value chain post-harvest word may be bombarding or repeating continuously for us. Okay, so we start with this one. So firstly come with the idea what is the damage, mechanical damage, how the mechanical damage occurring, what are the factors responsible for making that damage, how that mechanical damage we can analyze or quantify, and some related to case studies for this one. So case studies I keeping only because of the reason, because I believe as a researcher you may like to implement in the as a research cases for this one. So now see this picture here, and coming that idea is nothing new, is commonly happen, commonly seen by the people everywhere. Keeping the product like arranged like this one, product is falling directly, or sometimes they are even the same vehicle, we keeping the product, sometimes bananas, sometimes the which is a ethylene, which release the ethylene during ripening, sometimes the sensitive product in the same container. Rather than arranging in the boxes, maybe we just keep in the bulk. In the mango cases, what we see in the picture, they keep in the trailer and keeping this one. And what is the common, what we see here? The rule of handling. Okay, so how we arrange the product, how the product get damaged, and then what will happen with the damaged product? Two things: it may degrade the quality, what we say the physical losses here. Otherwise, if it's not even the consumption for the human, we need to discard it directly to landfill. Okay, so that picture, if you when I see the different parts of the world, even when the African continent where I was traveling, work in South Africa, Ghana or somewhere, even in the Oman, India, even in some particularly in the developing part like UK or Ireland where I was checking, that is the situation is later little bit different than this one, but such practices India we can see everywhere actually, commonly any mandi, any market, and the product get damaged directly. Okay, so when our thinking here coming on that one, the damage, that's a mechanical damage, when we apply the excessive force, not intentionally, okay, because no farmers, no stakeholder in the value chain want to damage their product. It's happening, unintentional one, but it's happening, okay, it's happening. So when is a damage happening, and then we look for the preservation side from this one. So we consider when we excessive force and rupturing the product from the surface, and then it coming in the bruising one or mechanical damage. And like in the supply chain, when we say from the harvesting and when it reaches to the consumer, handling is everywhere. Post-harvest handling is everywhere. Like when we harvested the product, what will we harvest a machine or manually, then we carry in the container. So handling is there happening. When we sorting, grading, manual handling is there. When we transporting from one place to another place, handling is there. Okay, and even when it reaches to the consumer, handling is there. If you check in the supermarket, or sometimes this common practice is that one. You take the product and see what happens. Okay, product is good, and suddenly product fall down from your hand, and it may be common, you cannot take that product again in your basket. What you take, keep that product, keep in the again same the location, and you select the new product, and that's a common practice. Next consumer came, he not aware about that one, he may select this one. But product, when you fall down after certain height, it get damaged. Of course, the damage is not visible at that time. It may take some time, 24 to 72 hours. So that in handling, when we save the mechanical damage, it occurs after 24 to 72 hours, and such kind of handling sometimes far product may be fall down on the ground, but that times not appearing any damage. During handling, during sorting, lot of options are there. Only when a consumer side, when I give the example, that's also happening. So handling is the integral part of the whole value chain, and it is involved everywhere. And damage of the product due to handling is quite high. Okay, so when we talk about the fruits and vegetables, we're repeating the similar information why we eating the product. Because when you eating the banana, you have the idea here, I like to have the instant energy, looking for some potassium, some it's like berries, you are looking for antioxidant, and that was we expected from the product. When we eating some different fruits and vegetables, we have the idea what's supposed to we get from that one. If it's a spinach or something, is iron supposed to be there. For phenols, antioxidant, we have the berries. So every product have the different combination, different nutrition products, and we like to have that one. Once the product get damaged during handling side, maybe from value chain, from harvesting to reaching consumer one, and idea here completely, if the product get damaged anywhere value chain, it may directly affect the quality of the product, and in whole handling idea here, we need to protect the product rather than getting any damage to the product. Okay, so what we come here, the damage, the mechanical damage particularly happening throughout the value chain. It may be during transport, quite big one, handling, and even from the retailer to the consumer. So every stakeholder is important here, who is responsible for the damage. And when the product is not handled properly, that's the first picture what we've seen here, how they handle the product in the transportation side. And as soon as the product get damaged, and then when we consider, okay, the timing it may take to getting 24 hours for some product, if we keep and 72 hours for up to maximum where we can visually see the damage. So if that product is not consumed on time, if we keep for some period, what will be happening? The product get damaged. Now that bruising area appears. Now this is the house for now the microbes. They can easily grow, make the damaged product completely. Once one product, then we can see the whole box maybe get damaged. And this product, once the damage, there may be certain disorders also happening. For example, the mechanical damage directly linked with some physiochemical changes that is happening with the product. Considering if the product get damaged, moisture migration from the product is quite high. Okay, then it may helping here to to increase the ethylene release from the product if the product get damaged, and even the respiration and transpiration for the damaged product when you compare with the good quality product. But if we keeping one product in the container, like you may have the experience this one, what if we have the one banana ripe and keeping with the unripe banana, due to ethylene release from the one banana, other product get the ripe, even for the mango, similar one. So that may be possible in the whole same container. If you keep the product, one product get damaged, your whole container may be found here some physiological changes happening with the product, and which is not desirable, for the end users. And so it may directly, that damage will accelerate deterioration of the quality of the product and throughout the chain, and so indirectly end user quality is not good, and it is linked with your product quality and product safety both way. And now that mechanical damage, actually it's happening due to excessive stress on the product, and it may be happen due to different forces that maybe we check in coming slides. And this one particular, I show here one picture when we say the mechanical damage here. Particularly if you see here the avocado picture, actually there are different one, and when we see here the first one, avocado, had say okay, it's a very good one, then 10% one up to 25% one. But when you go to extend this one with the different products, the consumer is not ready to buy anything. Even up to 10%, when you see there is a damage, he may not ready, or you need to sell it very low price. Okay, and particularly when it's releasing for the mechanical damage, it with the bruising, full bruising, what we say is like a tissue failure of the product due to the external forces, that when you excessive force on the surface of the product, and that damage will occur, bruising, and entirely it is decrease the value of the particular product one. Okay, so why is happening? Actually there are three common forces what we consider here: impact, compression, and vibration. When we say the impact, probably we get here completely one, like if the product falling from certain height, okay, product from certain height up to from this level, you may consider okay, product is still good. But you consider if the product falling from 1 meter height, completely rupture, okay. Even like if it's a mango, raw mango, falling from this height, this height, this height, there's a thresholding for each product. If it's a strawberry, even this height is not sufficient, it may get completely damage on that one. So what we consider here, that's the impact happening, the pre-fall of product and the different heights. Actually if it's above threshold, it surely get a damage. Okay, now we come here the idea when we harvesting happening in the product, that may be happening in the harvesting in the farm itself, and the practices how we using. Suppose we are harvesting oranges, sometime product fall down, then the laborers probably they not care much about this one, they keep in the bag directly. That may be farming side, even the banana or somewhere. If the bunch falling down, surely it will get damaged if it's above the threshold. In the handling side, when the people sorting, grading, that may be chances are happening there. Okay, impact one. Even in the market side, we go to supermarket, we take the like a similar example, taking product fall down, we keep in the bin, but next person they found that one damage, but this is not visible at time. So even the labor, when he is taking the field itself, he cannot see the damage happening. What is found, okay, is a fall down, because the rupturing happening that part, it may take, as I mentioned, not less than 24 hours. After 24 hours only it's a visible one. And that unexpected drop happening here above the certain height, it may damage. And that's why when we look for the solution side, actually the cushioning, even if I take the two example, even the third example, you can say if the product kept in the storehouse, how we arrange this one, like on the pallet we have the boxes, and the boxes up to 10 layer. When we say the whenever a product we are exporting to another country, we keep in the pallet, and up to 10 layer we are arranging this one, okay, 8 to 10 layers. If the falling from there, that also getting damaged, this one. And this scenario, when you visit sometimes in the market, supermarket, you can find initially it may alignment is properly, but suddenly some collapsing and product may fall down. Okay, so what happening? The product contact with the hard surface directly, where it gets rupturing, and even the is separating the cells. Okay, so sometimes the damage, external damage, we known for the fruits and vegetable mechanical, that mechanical damage we call commonly as a bruise. Okay, we call it a bruising. So indirectly it is reducing the quality of the product. So that's what impact what forces that's commonly happen. So now we get idea here, it may happen any place throughout the post-harvest value chain, complete value chain. Then we come on the compression. So compression, get the idea, we are compressing the product. Now where it's happening? It may be happening during we are loading the product. Okay, so one tendency here, now when the harvesting time, the people, the labor is not commonly trained. The idea here, we have the basket, we have the bag, they can overfill the product. Okay, so bottom side of the product also get excessive stress there now. That's what we call the compression stress. And this may be happen during transportation. Sometimes we align the boxes, the bottom side of the boxes, it's a ruptured completely, it's a damaged completely, and bottom side fruits may get stressed, compressed, this one. So this may commonly happen due to storage side when they keep the product in the stacking, the bottom side commonly. And sometimes that damaging, it may, what with the adverse effect, it may be tissue and breaking, this point, what we say undesirable ripening happening with the product. Okay, so commonly coming here, because our idea here, when we're looking for the export market or sending the product for long distance, we like to send the product like a proper maturity, so ripening and things we not or like to have in the middle, in the traveling period. Otherwise, if the ripening happen, it may be whole your container may be coming with this one ripening. Then third force is a vibration here. So vibration commonly happening during transport and transit. Okay, transit. So chances here, the vibration that is generated from the transport vehicle when they move from the road, if the road is not smooth, in the farm side road or corrugated type of road, that may happening. And at the same time is more aligned with the containers, what type of container you are keeping that one. So consider we keep the product in the container, road condition are good, there is a chances the collision between fruit to fruit, one, that's sure. And if its distance is long distance, suppose you transporting for more than 2 days, like if you transporting from, you could just consider from the Himachal to Tamil Nadu or somewhere, or from northeast to coming to us the Gujarat side by the road transport, because mostly the product we transport by road. So collision between product to product, one. Collision between product to container, that's another one. And sometimes with the sharp edges of the product, so it may resulting in the damage. So now what will happen, we are aware that when we keep the product in the container, they are good quality product, but when it's reaching to the end user, we found after 24 hours or 48 hours it completely get damaged, and that may be happen due to the vibration force. So it may accelerate your all the appearance of the product and chemical physiological changes in the product, and that is directly linked towards the spoilage of the product that is happening due to, and that three forces, that's impact, compression and vibration, that is quite important when like to maintain the product quality throughout the post harvest value chain. So now we come here that damage happening due to impact, compression and vibration, and that one happening in the experimental side. Now as a researcher side, what we idea here, how we can quantify or measuring this one. So when we see the one picture about avocado, that's a 10%, 25%, what exactly indicates that one? How much damage is there? What is make exactly 10%? What we say the 20%? Then that damage we call is a bruise. Actually, we need to measure, quantify, assess. So there are some techniques, some methods, some we can consider from, some are manual, some are now advancement with the help of imaging. We can do that one nowadays. Okay, so just to check here some equipment, that is the one, this one, the equipment commonly used to check the compression. Okay, now this setup is like we are simulating the real world in the lab scale. Okay, now it may be challenging for us even if we is saying the product is falling from that height, transporting this one. So how we can get this one? We can do this one in the lab scale experiment. Sometimes this setup is for the compression one. So we have the product, we have the box of product, and in the compression, after applying the certain load on the product, how the damage occurring for that particular product. For this one is like a simple pendulum experiment, just to get here if we hit the product with certain angle, so how the damage will occur. Or in the this one hollow pipe experiment one, just to get here if the product is falling with certain height on the surface, with a different surface, it may be our corrugated box or stainless steel or any metallic surface or even the wooden surface, how it the product may get damaged. So this one for the particular impact and compression, and this one how we calculating with the diameter, depth, area, volume related to bruising, and then we can calculate bruising. So we need to measure what may be the diameter for this one, what may be the width, and for this purpose commonly in the manual measurement we can use the vernier, and based on that one what we able to calculate different parameters, what may be the impact energy experience here. Of course impact energy is completely depends on the height. Okay, the maximum height, maximum energy is there. So just like our MGH, M and G may be the same, but so that's why we say when the product falling from this height, that height and that height, it may affect more on product. Then the bruise area we can show the calculation, how we doing this one, how we calculate it. Bruise volume, once we get the bruise depth, bruise susceptibility we can calculate with using bruise area and impact energy, and specific one by knowing the mass of particular product we can. So these some terminologies commonly we calculated. Okay, so just to giving some example here, some by manual measurement one, like that experiment we did here, the first one, that's a pendulum side. What we keep here, the pomegranate, Okay, this is a pomegranate, and of course one side, just to get in here, we keep the cardboard paper because mostly our product we can use the cardboard. And with the different angles, when we hitting with the known and hitting the product here, pomegranate product, and this area, if you see here what we highlighted here, this we get a damage, this get damage here. Now this damage is just occurring now, but it may be more visible up to 72 hours, particularly this one. And then we have the product here, this damage. Okay, now initially what we did here, we measure 2 V's, okay, with this one, and then the depth of the product to just to calculate what will be the volume here. Similar one we can see here for the banana as well. So from the surface you can see here is a area get a damage, but inside where we have damage you can see the black spot. From inside the banana get darker after a particular period, sometimes it's 24 to 72 hours. And the change because it's like we are mimicking the real world scenario at the lab scale. By knowing mass, we are hitting the product here. Another one like dropping the product. So there are simple similar way, just mimicking the idea here to hollow pipe experiment. Once we know what may be the threshold, because from here we able to calculate what may be the threshold for particular product. If the pier, if it dropping from 10 centimeter height, and if you come here, the threshold is 10 centimeter is sufficient for product will be safe, nothing happening. 20 centimeter, once you go beyond the threshold, similar way we have the width, 2 V's, and depth we calculated, we can calculate it. But now the challenge here, if you go to supermarket, their height is above threshold. Okay, if you come in the local market, okay, the people are sitting on ground, so not that high, but still is a 20 centimeter, 10, 30 centimeters. In the supermarket you go there, sometimes the height may be 80 centimeter to 1 meter. Okay, and once the product fall down, you suddenly get that impression that's already above the threshold. Even the farm, the height is always high actually, sometimes it's above threshold 2 or 3 times. So we not expect, if we are harvesting the oranges or mango from the tree and it's a fall down, it's not supposed to go in the same box, they may be separate at the same time there. Okay, and based on this one, after this one, what will we calculated some information. One is the impact energy. Impact energy we can base on our equation here, that mgh, that's mass, acceleration due to gravity, and the height, at what height we are dropping that one. So even the drop test, we have the, sometimes we have the known mass falling on the product, another one same product falling on the same height, that's possible. Then there is the area what we calculating. Okay, area what we calculating using this. If you remember, we calculate 2 depths, W1 and W2 from the previous slide, like this way, W1, W2, similar way. So from this one we able to calculate the area of the product bruising, and then once we add the depth, up to what depth the product will go inside, this may be we able to calculate the volume of the bruising. So it will helping us, okay, what is the magnitude actually, how much it will increase, how it linking with the height, and the studies helping here to show that bruise area, bruise volume, how it links with the our handling practices, and at the same time how we link it with our storage conditions. Is that accelerating with the storage temperature or not? Then another terminology bruise susceptibility is here. We get the bruise volume from this equation and then divided by the what is the impact energy. So we get here, if our product has that much volume and that much energy experienced by the product, what will be the bruise susceptibility, and then specific bruise susceptibility, that is commonly because we like to know for our particular product, particular mass of the product. So that's why we consider here the mass of the fruit. So okay, that's the common terminology when we quantify assessing our bruise measuring things actually. So whenever mechanical damage things happening and product will come here, so that is the basic terminologies that is used for this one. Okay, so that all we do by manual. Okay, so now you can see with the pictures and things, so that is all done by manually. So there may be possibility sometimes error, but mostly with the experience you can do that easily. Okay, with experience. But now, like in advancement, we're talking about the artificial intelligence and imaging. Computer vision techniques is commonly used nowadays. Okay, computer vision techniques commonly used to look for that bruising areas. So it is because there are some benefits even for that one. You may get a fast one and maybe accurately better than that one. So we have different imaging one, even hyperspectral, thermal, even X-ray. So sometimes the NIR imaging or thermal imaging little, at least it gives the impression, because when there is a bruising, the product release more heat. Okay, so in the temperature profile you able to identify that one. Even for NIR imaging and hyperspectral imaging, you not need to wait up to 48 hours. You can identify easily on that time. So in the after imaging one, there was some modeling approaches from the finite element multiple linear regression. With the equation base, we able to make that how much damage happening there, and in the simulation side. Okay, so it may be all the modeling approaches nowadays we are using to identify what is the bruise area, bruise volume linked with the product. And even in advanced stage, what we'll do here, when the product is falling, particularly we are developing the product in the element model and see when it's get targeted on the particular now surface, it may metallic surface or wooden surface or anything, how it will happening. So that all things we can do with the modeling side. Even some, then I will just here come with some case study that we commonly use here, like a fracture dimension. So here what we use here, the similar setup what we seen before this one. We use a 3 different known masses to draw on the product. If the product is contact with the similar mass, more or less one, what will happen? And the common practice was that fruits, vegetable we store at the lower temperature or our ambient condition. And what we check here up to after 48 hours, what may be the appearance and bruising. That's where way more interesting about the fracture dimension one. So with imaging one, you can see just coming directly on the fracture dimension one. In the fracture dimension one, what will come here, what is the bruising intensity? Okay, and based on the texture characteristics. If you consider here, the initially product get damaged, there was, then from here, this you see this one, the product has small damage here. Okay, and what is the intensity of this one? That's why by coming here, our region of interest for particular this one, and then after gray scaling, we able to see what is the area for that particular region, okay, damaged region. Now there is this surface plot we can see here, okay. When there is a quite long small gap inside this one, so what it's showing here, the intensity is quite high for their bruising. If it's a no intensity, otherwise if it's a good quality product, the surface plot may be the smooth, okay, so less damage. So then we can able to identify there what may be the damaging happening with the product with the fracture dimension one, and mostly we can use the surface characteristics for this one. And then we try to link here all the factor with the whatever the fracture dimension values we are getting from our experiment, link with the storage temperature, and try to identify here when, of course, what are the factors here. When we have the higher mass and ambient condition, the chances of getting damage is quite higher. And then we link this factor just to correlating our ideas, because we did manually as well as the fracture dimension one. Is it correlating better or not? So particularly we link here with the color parameter. That's why we selected the B, because yellowness of the product, because B is more towards the yellowness of the banana, the surface color one. And see the correlating these ideas here, fracture dimension. Okay, so this type of approaches and ideas quite common now to use for fracture dimension studies. Sometimes we may go beyond on that one. Suppose if you looking for some more case studies in this one, we have recently published on this one particular banana and pomegranate number of studies with more detail, because that's a basic one where we can implement imaging directly for the looking for the fracture dimension directly with the product quality. Now the one case with here, what we mentioned about fracture dimension is non-destructive techniques, okay. So here, just to getting more clarity, this study we just initially take the peel out, okay, because when we get a damage the banana, peel is on the surface, just to check the intensity. But next one, the advanced one, what we did here, we rather than taking the peel out, we directly study with the peel how it's related with the bruising one, and that may be helping here. Okay, the importance of the study is actually this one. It will tell us, okay, this combination, this temperature, this height, when we're handling the product, where the product may get more damage, okay. And then we look for the solution side, okay. We look for the solution side. Suppose this product handled, what may be the threshold for handling the product, what may be the packaging side where we want to keep the product when we contacting with the surface, okay. At the same time, if we require the cushioning or base cushioning for product or in the middle cushioning, that's all ideas will be get more clearer and clearer. So then we can work toward the solution side, what may be our solution once. So what we are looking here, how we calculating, how we, but that's supposed to be utilized for somewhere. And then we get the idea, okay, so commonly what we come here, okay, if we're dropping the product with long height and if we're selling the product in the open market, surely it will accelerate the damage. Sometimes even the studies what we indicate, it above threshold will damage the product, but still we can utilize for some period if we maintain at the lower temperature. Sometimes this may accelerate your chilling injury if it damage and keeping in the refrigerated temperature. So that all practices, all things may be utilized for the solution side. And because that's what we expect from the all you as a researcher side. We have the problem, we know the how to come, and now think about the solution. Is maybe sometimes we're thinking in the box only. Sometimes your solution may be out of box also. That's also possible. To come at the end, how to protect and preserve the product. Then we have something. I'll not keep the studies, but I just summarize this one. Sometimes we have the pomegranate a similar way, but pomegranate we link this product when we get damage with the pendulum one rather than dropping one. We have the pendulum with the different angles if a product hitting by, but need to link with not only the bruising. Now we eat the product for the nutritional quality. Is it linking with their nutritional one? Suppose the product get damaged, store that one. It is linking with antioxidant, water loss, color, or texture parameters. And when we link that all the parameters with our damaging one, fracture dimension, or the bruising volume, we try to correlate their correlation and giving for the solution for that side. So that may be the whole idea behind this one. So like previously what we just see the fracture dimension, but fracture dimension, if the product get damaged completely, what is the effect of that damage on the antioxidant and when we store a particular combination? If the water loss is higher or lower with this one. So that all the studies supposed to be get correlated with each other. And that is what we looking for this one. And then it may sometimes what we found here, like even the soluble TSS, TA, antioxidant, water loss. Water loss probably that may be soluble things, soluble weight, and even the pH of the product. Because you come here the idea, the banana after proper maturity you may store up to month, okay, but if they get damage, your water loss means transpiration, respiration and ethylene, it may be accelerated, so you cannot. Like pomegranate, if the product get damaged, it may be from the surface it may look good, but inside there is a changes in the quality, physiochemical changes happening in the product. You cannot use it, utilize it later stages. And if it's a good quality pomegranate, if the study is showing, if with the controlled storage, we can keep up to 3 months even the pomegranate without compromising the quality of the product. So similar way we did some studies on the pear, on the cucumber. Now we get one thing here clearly, every product have the recommended storage condition, so we cannot go beyond this one. But the practice here, if you say in the Indian market, mostly product we need to sell in the open market, so that ambient conditions surely get accelerated the damage of the product, okay, accelerating damage of the product. And indirectly though is the product looking better, but then for what purpose we are going to buy that product, it will not going to fulfill. So coming, if you would like to get in more detailing in this one, so these are the some articles that is about mechanical damage or for banana, cucumber, and even sometimes even we recently working on the cherry tomato for these studies. And rather than real world experiment, just a mimicking, because that may be better for the research side actually, and then we can compare with the real world and you are mimicking with the lab experiment. And even in the more detailing, just we have the complete book on the mechanical damage. There you can find a number of studies from the different types of products, and this one even the techniques of non-destructive one that may be utilized for the product quality one. Okay. So overall with this one, what we summarize in this one, we cannot ignore the handling, because the damage happening during the handling, should be prevented, because indirectly it links with the quality and safety of the product, and it may not only the decide the quality of the product, but it may impact on the economical side. Even consumer may reject your product based on this one. And when you look for the solution side, there may be one may be the handling practices that may be based on the some human nature, so training for the people who is in the stakeholder, that may be important one. But at the same time, the handling side, what may be the different solutions, what may be our approach to come with some innovative solutions. Sometimes you may think in the box or out of box also fine, if we are able to give some particular solution to the industry. And as mentioned, this area to work like still is quite open one. So people looking for solution, because industry losing a lot of money, even the commercial industry who is at exporters, they're looking for particular solution for this one. Okay. So with this one, we stop now with this one here with the mechanical damages, what is the quantification assessment, and then we like to have some your queries, your ideas, even your solutions for this one. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. Sir, I want to. So that machine you showed about bruise measurement. Sir, that was not like I want to.
This one.
Sir, before that bruise measurement machine you showed us.
This one.
No, before that one.
Okay.
So it is similar to that texture analyzer.
No, not exactly texture analyzer. It's like okay, texture analyzer can work actually.
Force and deformation.
Texture analyzer can work for the fruits, but this machine commonly we use like a compression machine, but completing your whole box or packaging. But nowadays we can find a texture analyzer with a specific threshold forcing. We can use that one.
Okay. So what is its name? Like this machine?
It's a compression machine actually.
Compression
One.
Okay.
But a texture analyzer can work, because texture analyzer also compressed with a flat base flat.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Yeah.
So, like a very nice presentation. So I have some few doubts. First is regarding this slide only. So we like we are using the compression force, but we are using it on a point, right?
Yeah.
But when we simulate the real-time conditions, or let's suppose a container is getting transported and the product is in between, it's tagged in between, right? So a product which is tagged in between will be compressed from all the sides, right? It need not to be that particular point.
Yes.
And we might come across like the next pendulum one, so we can simulate the all real-time conditions at every point.
Yeah.
But right now it is happening one at a point, like, and if we train any other ML model or something, so based on this data, so we cannot be very assured like in the real-time condition, that one point data will work. So how to?
No, particularly now, if you consider this machine particular, when I see here, it's like not with the individual product. Okay, we have the complete box. Okay, complete box with the fruits and complete fruits with the whole layers. Now the condition here, when we compress that one, we have the idea here. The sideline product maybe have experience different. Okay, middle product maybe experience different. Even bottom line, top layer in the middle line, okay, and even from the sideline, that's a possible one. In the model, you may consider all the approach, but when we design for the solution, it may be good idea we can go with the highest, where we experience the highest one.
for a complete fruit also at different points it will be different, right?
Yes.
Then how to maybe calculate the force at every point or something?
No, probably for this.
Because let's suppose if we are training the model and we need to calculate the bruise area or something, for after it damages or after we do the experiment in the lab, it's possible. But if we have to simulate it, we have to keep the force at every point. So how to?
Okay, one thing what we see now, if you the boxes and you have the idea, they suppose the peer in suppose you let me just like if you have the product like this one and we are arranging one arrangement this product, the experience of the compression maybe the top layer we are directly contact with the your plate is the highest one compared to other parts. That's possible and that's maybe a reason. So when we developing the model, that is the one thing what we do nowadays actually. We using some accelerometer, okay, with the different parts, but not with the different parts of the fruits, but different fruits, different locations. So just to get the experience how that it may be useful to get the, knowing the how much acceleration they are experiencing. But that may be still I think I not get your point completely. You are looking for the fruit, but your idea is here like from the top maybe the fruits experience very less,
Yeah.
and in the middle they may experience quite high one. Correct. So it may in the not in the real time, but in the imaging side we may able to identify that one threshold, this one.
But that will be after the damage, right?
After the damage, yeah.
Okay, but if I want to predict, like if I'm just taking my truck on the road, and based on that, let's suppose the road is not
Yes.
good, then there will be a damage. If I have to predict like what damages will,
So in this case, in your case, maybe not like the particular product in different location, maybe different located fruits. That's maybe the possible
maybe
solution.
you mean stacks.
Yes,
Okay.
rather than the particular product.
Okay. The second is like on the next slide if you will take. So we have this bruise area calculations.
Yeah.
Okay. So we are generally considering it to be a ellipse and then a hemisphere for calculating bruise volume.
Yep.
Okay.
So
This we are considering as a ellipse and the bruise volume ellipse, and then we are taking it to
Yeah.
hemisphere. But it doesn't occur always like this.
Yes.
So I think we should go with integrations or something for taking, because this is the conventional methods for doing.
no,
right?
actually, I will
But-
come in this one actually. Okay, I will show only one this one. Okay, I come directly with this one because is the internet working here? If it's internet working, I will just show one paper. Yeah. Even the scholar may work here. No, that's fine. Maybe I can search from here. No. bruising, we can change our formulas, okay? Not to stick with this one. So if you have bruise thickness like this way, bruising with a shape of different shape like enclosed one, ellipsoid one, so you have the different formulas for measuring your.
But these all are based on considering it as a sphere, ellipse or something.
Yes, yes.
As a you can say a figure. Let's suppose a ellipse or something,
Yes.
a 3D figure.
Yeah.
But every time it doesn't occur like that.
No,
So if
particularly
you
not
plot
occurring like that one. But here, what we say here, this method is quite of approximation. That's why we consider when we take with the imaging and things, okay, that where we get the exact bruising with the numbering, okay. From here, the kind of approximation is there actually. So you may consider as a whole part, and then you break into the your widths, 1 or 2 widths, and then we measuring this one.
Okay. So
But that's a possible actually we may integrating this part.
I think we can use the hyperspectral images, the surface plot you were
Yes.
talking about. But if we'll go with that surface plot for the hyperspectral image that you are talking, you know, this surface plot will give us, it won't give us the texture or something that we want to study for our product, right? After the damage.
Yeah.
So that was my question. Ki if we go with this hyperspectral method, then we will not be able to do the texture one simultaneously, both of the things.
Let me, Johan, let me come with this one again. Like probably we like to get areas in this way. Okay, so in this side actually when we see the like this way, you may able to get with the color changes, not with the surface plotting actually, the exact area with the hyperspectral or even the or computer vision, so exact area this one. Now in our case when we do the manual, that's some limitations with that manual one actually. We cannot get exactly same one, that's why we try to correlate that one, and we are moving from manual to like advanced techniques one.
Okay. Okay. One of the last doubt was regarding the fractal dimension you talked about.
Yes.
Fractal, sorry. So I guess every product which we have tested is the product in which the tissue arrangement is very much uniform. Like suppose in banana is something. Let's suppose I take the product cabbage, in which the leaf structures is also different.
No, probably I still feel cabbage may be difficult to deal with the FD.
So, so the limitations for this.
You are the how your tissues are each other. Okay. So cabbage, what we realize is not particularly that may be with.
Okay. Okay. So, matlab like this. Yeah. So this technique is only for uniformly arranged tissue structures. Okay. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for your informative session on quantifying and accessing the mechanical damage in fresh produce, which is providing insights on mechanical damage depending on methods of harvest, handling, transport, packaging, and also impact of mechanical damage occurrence with the real-time examples. Sir, you also provided the lecture over distinct mechanical damage forces, including analysis and measurements to estimate the mechanical damage using simulations and manual measurements. Sir also provided with the case studies to enhance our further understanding. Thank you, sir. And thank you all participants for your attention over the lecture series. Now I request participants to break for the lunch and gather here by 1:50 p.m. for afternoon session. Thank you all. 1:50 p.m.
हेलो हेलो नहीं आ रहा इसमें इतना रेंज नहीं आ रहा। हेलो 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 वो ये रेंज हेलो 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 हेलो
A warm, very good afternoon to one and all present here. Today we are gathered here for day 2 of afternoon session. This session is handled by Professor Arun Prasath Venugopal sir, Assistant Professor, NIT Rourkela. Session is over to you, sir.
Is it fixed correct? Huh? Okay. Nothing. Fine. Okay. Good afternoon to one and all present here. Am I audible properly? So I have seen, I'm seeing you attending lecture from yesterday related to post-harvest handling of fresh commodities. Dr. Pankaj Pathare is teaching you some interesting aspects about the post-harvest handling practices, and as I aware, today morning session was related to the socio-economics behind the post-harvest technology. So in this session, I would like to highlight the importance of post-harvest technology and the recent innovations which is taking place in the field of post-harvest and technology. If you see, cold plasma or treating the fruits and vegetables or extending the shelf life of fruits and vegetables using a cold plasma is a recent technique. In past decade, there are a lot of researchers and a lot of scientists working on this cold plasma technology and exploring its potential in extending the shelf life of fresh fruits and vegetables and exploring its application in extending the shelf life of fresh commodities throughout the market. So in this particular lecture, we'll see some introduction about cold plasma, and first we'll see what is plasma and what is the difference between the cold plasma and hot plasma, and what are the different systems available for generation of cold plasma, and mechanism of inactivation of microorganisms using a cold plasma as a tool, and possible application of cold plasma and plasma activated water in food preservation, application of cold plasma in shelf life extension of fresh commodities, and a conclusion. So as you all know, there exist four, we usually say, different states of matter. So three states: solid, liquid, gas, which we all know. So solid is nothing when the atoms are tightly packed in a regular pattern. When the atoms are tightly packed together as a solid matrix, we call it as a solid matrix. And one electron or one state, one energy state excited from solid state, we have liquid state, where the atoms are closely packed together but not in a fixed matrix. It can be randomly moving together, which is close together with no regular arrangement, vibrate, moves about a particular lattice and side past each other. So that is liquid phase, whereas gaseous phase is well separated with no regular arrangements. It vibrate and move freely at a high speed. So that is the difference between solid matrix, liquid and gaseous phase, right? Now if you excite the electrons from gaseous phase, it becomes a fourth state of matter, that is plasma. Beyond gaseous phase, when you are increasing the energy level of a gaseous molecules, or when you are exciting the gaseous molecules from gaseous phase, it becomes it becomes another excited phase, that is plasma. So plasma is we can call it as a fourth state of matter. It has no defined volume or shape, and it composed of electrically charged particles. So if I say plasma, like it is a fourth state of matter, it's not that it doesn't exist in the nature. We have plasma existing in nature in different forms. If you see this interstellar space, where the stellar atmosphere or the gaseous planets, if you see the gaseous planets, gaseous nebula, these are made up of plasma only. And we can say this our ionosphere, the earth ionosphere is made up of a gaseous plasma, mostly our ozone. And we have Van Allen radiation belt, which is also a example for a naturally existing plasma. And we have solar wind, that is also a form of plasma. And you can see the sun itself, the whole sun itself, a ball of plasma made up of a nitrogen, mostly made up of a hydrogen gas. So it's a giant ball of plasma. If you see in earth, you can see this excited state of gaseous phase when we are having a thunder and lightning. So it gives a excited state of plasma. That's why you can see glowing of this lightning. It is made up of plasma. This is also a plasma. Here, there you can see a high voltage energy, high energy, where it's ionized the gaseous molecules around. So that's why we see this kind of lightning. And in the northern hemisphere, this the naturally occurring phenomena, aurora borealis, is also a kind of plasma. It is an ionized form of gas. So the gaseous molecules which is around is getting ionized, and the ionized state of gaseous molecules emits the green color light. Okay, that is the reason behind the aurora borealis in the northern hemisphere. And man-made plasma, we have plasma lights, right? So now we have LED lights, right? LED tube lights. Before that, we have fluorescent bulb, fluorescent tube lights. Fluorescent tube lights, and you have neon lights. Neon light, when you fill neon gas or argon gas or any other inert gas inside, it produces its characteristic color. So we have electrode in between either end of a tube light, and we pass electricity. When you subject the gaseous molecule in between to get ionized with the sufficient voltage, it get glow. So that is the reason the tube light emit lights. That's an inflorescent, that's a light which is emitted from plasma. So the fusion plasma, fluorescent tube lights. Fluorescent tube light is a best example for man-made plasma. It is inside the bulb. Now what we are going to do in case of our plasmids, we are making a plasma. The plasma should come in contact with the food material. So whatever we are going to deal with this plasma application is, we have to make a plasma, and somehow we have to make this plasma to come in contact with the food material for further process. It can be a modification process, or it can be a sterilization process, or it can be just a cleaning process. So there are a number of applications for coal plasma, right? So only thing is, we have to make a plasma outside, and the plasma has to come in contact with the food materials. Okay, now let us come to the plasma production. Plasma production is nothing like we are going to do ionize the gaseous molecule.
So plasma production, as I said, ionization is the most important step in case of plasma production. So the ionization of neutral ground state atom or molecules or radicals by an electron impact. By impacting electron with one another is an easy way to produce ionized gaseous molecules. So this is the most predominant ionization mechanisms which we use in most of the plasma production techniques. And if you see the chemical composition of the plasma, it has a mixture of gaseous molecules, free radicals, carbon dioxide or nitrogen gas mixture, or singlet oxygen, ozone, nitric oxide. There are different types of ionic particles, or you can see excited state of ionic components is the chemical composition of the plasma. And the primary factor which is responsible for the inactivation of microorganisms is the reactive species. The reactive species which is produced during this excited state of ionization is responsible for inactivation of microorganisms, especially this singlet oxygen, ozone are responsible for destruction of microorganisms. I will explain you the mechanism in the following slides. And plasma generation, the basic principle is we need a high voltage power supply. A high voltage power supply, or we can produce microwave plasma, or we can produce a magnetic field, electromagnetic field. We can aid the plasma production, and the radio frequency can also aid plasma production. So already we have an electromagnetic field where already the electrons are excited, which can be very easy to produce a further plasma. And we need a feed gas. As we are going to ionize the gaseous phase, we need a source of gas. If it is atmospheric gas, it has a mixture of gas composition, and then our resulted plasma will also be having a mixture of reactive species. Whereas if you want a pure source of a pure or a separate source of reactive species, oxygen reactive species, then we have to selectively give gas composition. If you use oxygen, it gives oxygen reactive species, it produces oxygen reactive species. Every reactive species has its own characters. Nitrogen reactive species are useful in some kind of operations. Oxygen reactive species can be used in some processes. As I said, there are a number of applications for plasma. Every one can be used in different applications. Generally, we use atmospheric gas or nitrogen source, nitrogen gas, or oxygen separately, or any inert gases also like argon, helium gas can also be used, or combination of gas can also be used for plasma production. So plasma, it has mixture of gaseous molecules, atoms and charged ions, free radicals, free electrons, ozone, elemental oxygen and photon. So these are the composition of plasma. And if you see the delivery system, it depends upon the method of plasma production we are adapting. So there is a coronal discharge method. When you use a sharp edge to discharge the charged particles, then it is coronal discharge. Atmospheric plasma jets available, and then pulsed plasma, it produces plasma in pulses, and then microplasma, nanopulse plasma. So there are different types of plasma production techniques. So this is some of the most widely used technique. One is coronal discharge and gliding arc discharge and dielectric barrier discharge, radio frequency plasma. The same when you are subjecting this coronal discharge inside a radio frequency cavity, we can make radio frequency plasma. So basically nothing, we need an electrode, we need a ground electrode and another electrode which is connected to a high voltage power supply. When you are allowing the ionization to take place in between these two electrodes, it produces plasma. Okay. So the technical parameters in a plasma system, the plasma parameters depends upon applied current, potential difference we are giving, gaseous composition we are using, either atmospheric gas or a separate gas. geometry of the electrode, the distance between the electrode or the type of electrode, whether we are going for a pin to plate. We have a pin plate. Usually we use pin plate cold plasma discharge. One electrode will be a plate, another electrode will have number of pins. Pins means pin headed electrode. So this pin head will allow discharge of electron easier, and then the pressure inside the plasma production chamber. Even in atmospheric condition we can produce plasma, that is atmospheric pressure plasma, atmospheric pressure cold plasma, whatever we make in atmospheric pressure. Even at a higher pressure also we can make plasma. Even in vacuum pressure also we can create plasma. So that will become vacuum pressure plasma or high pressure plasma. It can be characterized because based on the pressure conditions which we are using to generate the plasma. And then the type of plasma generation, as I said, either corona discharge plasma or parallel plate dielectric barrier discharge plasma. So there are different types of plasma based on the arrangement of electrode and the voltage applied. And if you see applicator, usually we generate a small portion of plasma that takes a lot of energy. If you want to make a large quantity of plasma, we need a higher voltage power supply, and we need a higher sophisticated equipments like a closed chamber, pressurized chamber, so pressure treatment. So these kind of applicators are needed for higher production of plasma. And then if you see number of the dosage required for a particular treatment of plasma, temperature, process of the temperature. Usually as it is a cold plasma, there is no temperature increase when it is exposed to plasma. When the food material is exposed to cold plasma, there is no temperature increase. And it remains under the same atmospheric temperature conditions, but there will be a lot of changes. The changes is based on reactive species which is exposed to the food materials. Now, if you see the plasma, you can see the plasma will consist of most of the, as per my experience with plasma experiments, when we produce plasma, it has major composition of its plasma will be ozone and UV radiation, visible light, electromagnetic field, thermal radiation, electrons, single electron, and the excited species or reactive species which is produced from the gaseous molecules. So these are the major composition of the plasma, and when each and every portion of this plasma has a different types of reaction with the food materials. Okay, this excited species or the reactive species are highly reactive. It immediately react with try to react with some other molecules. When it try to immediately react with other molecules, either it makes another molecule excited or ionize another molecule, or it break down the molecules. It break down the molecular structure of food materials. So that is what this excited species or reactive species do. And this electronic electrons as well, the singlet electrons or positive or negative electrons will also do. If you see the reactive oxygen species, example, if you are going for a plasma production with oxygen alone, it is associated with antimicrobial activity. Mostly when you produce plasma based on oxygen, it can be widely used as a disinfectant, or it can be used as a antimicrobial plasma, because it has ozone as a major component. Ozone as a major composition. It has hydrogen peroxide and ozone, hydroperoxide, peroxide and singlet oxygen, hydroxyl radicals, carbonate anion radicals. So these are some of the composition of the reactive species which can be used for inactivation of microorganism. So same we have this reactive nitrogen species, like we can nitric oxide, nitrogen dioxide, peroxynitrous oxide, alkaline peroxide nitrate. So these are some of the reactive nitrogen species which is produced when you are making plasma from nitrogen gas. So if we come to the application in food industry, it has wide application. Plasma can be used as I said, it can be used for surface sterilization also. Degradation of pesticide, removal of pesticide from the surface of fruits and vegetables, removing the microorganisms from the surface of fruits and vegetables, and then even in case of meat and fish and meat product, it retains the freshness and it destroys surface microorganisms, and then in cereals, pulses, it is used to reduce toxins. If you see aflatoxin content in case of groundnut, aflatoxin content in case of chili can also be degraded. The aflatoxin content can be degraded using plasma, and it can be used to remove pesticides from the fruits and vegetable surface. So there are a number of applications which can be used in case of plasma and plasma activated water. So there are two kind of application. Plasma can also directly applied over the fruits and vegetables or any other materials to do some process in it to make some changes in the food product, or it is also used in extraction, like if you see ultrasound assisted extraction. So using ultrasound we break down the cellular structure with ultrasound. Similarly, this plasma has a etching property. When it is exposed to the surface of fruit, it causes cell wall degrade the cell wall component, and it allows enzymes to react, and it allows bioactive components to come out. So it has some application in case of extractions as well. And if you see plasma, plasma activated water is, to make a plasma activated water, we need to expose this plasma to water, and the water will absorb, or water will dissolve this reactive species which is produced from the gaseous molecules. So the reactive species which is produced from plasma will be get dissolved in a water. So the reactive species can be again can be made reaction with another molecules when the plasma activated waters are used. So it can be used for bioactive components, functional property, physicochemical properties, and sensory attributes. So there are different applications, as I said, different. When it reacts with the phenolic component, it make oxidation of phenolic component, and it lower the intensity of plasma. Whereas in case of vitamin, when it reacts with vitamins, it is highly sensitive heat vitamin. It highly sensitive heat vitamins. Some of the heat vitamins, it retains the heat vitamins, whereas the lower treatment time and intensity. So it can destroy other microorganisms and other all those things. And you have antioxidant activity, enzyme oxidation, reduction of enzymatic activity, and modification of carbohydrate, lipid oxidation, enzymatic reaction, and protein denaturation. So these are some of the possible changes which can occur in case of food materials. Reduction in the moisture, reduction in the total soluble concentration. So these are some of the changes which occurs to the chemical and nutritional parameters of a food materials. So if you see, this is the plasma. If you see the plasma, the blue color plasma, as I said, it comprises of two regions. One is active region and the remote region. Active region has a whole lot of positive and negative ions, separated ions. When it is coming to the remote region, only these radicals, only these radicals will get exposed. This electron and the positive electron, the cluster the ionic clusters are get degraded immediately within the active region itself. So the disadvantage of plasma is, when the plasma is produced, the half-life of component which is produced as a result of plasma generation is very less. The half-lifetime of these components are very less. It immediately degrade, or it immediately combine with other molecules to form other molecule. So we, as soon as possible, if it is possible, as soon as possible when the plasma is produced, if it is possible to expose to some other material, it can be used for multiple application. As I said, protein and enzyme. When it is exposed to protein, it denatures the protein, or it breaks down the amino acid, oxidize the amino acid. Loss of enzymatic activity. It reduces enzymatic activity rapidly when it is exposed to enzymes. And we have lipid and fatty acids. The membrane of lipid peroxidase, it degrades the membrane of lipid peroxidase through production of a superoxide, anion, and hydrogen peroxide. And we have cell wall breakdown. Cell wall breakdown is one of the common character of a plasma when it is exposed to a fresh fruits or fresh fruit material. It may break down the cell wall, breaking of chemical bond, or you can see itching or erosion of cell wall component by bombardment of radicals, free radicals over the surface. It increases in the surface roughness. It increases the surface roughness. So this is the one of the drawback in case of fresh fruit. The same drawback is advantage in case of seed treatment. If you see the seed treatment, germination of seed, to removal of seed coat, they can use this plasma. It itches the plasma seed coat surface, and it aids easy germination of seeds. In case in certain studies, they are using this plasma as a seed treatment also. And then cell wall membrane, it perform itching of cell wall by bombardment of free radicals, a diffusion of reactive species, and consequently it causes local damage to the cell structure. And then it causes damage to the DNA and RNA of a microorganisms, and it also causes reduction in the cell multiplication. Thereby it also reduces number of log cycle in case of harmful microorganisms. So the predominant reasons for inactivation of microorganism using a plasma is degraded lipid molecules, proteins, and DNA of the microorganisms. Lipid oxidation, especially on the cell membrane, is also one of the major cause for cell death, and protein denaturation of cell wall, oxidation of amino acid and nucleic acid, cell wall ruptured due to the electrostatic force. The electrostatic force created by bombardment of free radicals over the surface of the cell, and the deformation and leaking of bacterial chromosome or cell wall material. These are responsible for cell wall cell death or cell lysis when it is exposed to microplasma. This is the dielectric barrier discharge, a pin to plate plasma device. So you can see the plasma, how the plasma is generated here. We have to change this movement. So you can see we have a ground electrode plate, and there is a pin type electrode at the top electrode. In between you can see the plasma generation in between. So when this is very closed space, so you can see a plasma generated between these two electrodes. Similarly, this is a smaller device. You can see it has a concentric electrode. So in this, inside this tube, we have concentric electrode. One electrode is connected to a positive, and another electrode is connected to a negative end of a high voltage power supply. And in between this concentric pipe, you can see a plasma generation. So you can see we have placed a mirror at the bottom. You can see the plasma, which is plasma ring, which is generated as the end as we switch on this high voltage power supply. So this is a very small plasma device. And in a dark mode, you can see the plasma ring. So this plasma ring, it continuously generate plasma inside. The idea is inside a concentric tube, the plasma is continuously generated, and when you are connecting it to a air pump. So we are providing an air pump here. So it passes the gas from top to bottom, means continuously the gas get ionized and it come back here. We can collect the ionized gas here. Okay. So this when the ionized gas is exposed to water, or when it is directly pumped towards the water, it make the water as a plasma activated water. It takes time like 1 hour, 2 hour to dissolve this reactive species into the water, and it make plasma activated water. So this is a small setup which make plasma activated water in a small laboratory scale. So we have connected this plasma. We have a concentric plasma electrode here. In between we have generate plasma, and when you pass the gas over from top to bottom, it collect the ionized gaseous molecules and it dissolves in the water. Thereby it produce plasma activated water. So you can see this is the setup where you can see plasma ring, which is generated plasma, which is generated in a concentric electrode. So if you see, so far we have discussed how to generate plasma, different techniques to generate plasma. Now application of plasma in food industry, as I said, the first is surface cleaning and decontamination. If you want to clean a surface, we use UV sterilization, right? When you are subjecting a UV light over a surface, UVC, which has a disinfectant effect, it destroys the surface microorganisms. Similarly, we can allow this plasma to sterilize the surface. We can allow the plasma to come in contact with the surface. It completely destroys the surface microorganisms and eradicate not only the microorganisms, even the chemical component, pesticides, any molecules comes in contact with the cold plasma, it disintegrates the molecular structure. As the plasma is highly reactive, it immediately reacts with any materials and it degrades the component. Like as I said, it can be used to degrade toxins and the pesticide residues from the surface of my fruits and vegetables, and alter the rate of germination. As I said, it is used as a seed treatment, as it has a etching the surface of seed coat. It can be used as a seed treatment to germinate, to increase the rate of germination of seed. Modification of starch. It alters the structure. It alters the starch structure by the reactive species. When the reactive species are mostly the nitrogen reactive species, when it combined with the starch molecules or carbohydrate structure, it degrades the changes. It breaks down the structure and it modifies the structure. So manufacturing of resistant starch or modified starch. So in all those industries we have plasma as an application. Structural modification of food packaging materials, it is also having a application in case of structural modification. Inactivation of microorganisms and enzymes. When it is exposed to microorganism, it destroys the microorganisms, as well as this enzyme inactivation is also one of the major application in case of food industry. As I said, this This plasma treatment can destroy Aspergillus species of fungus, and it also destroys the fungal toxins which is already produced, or the toxins, residues of the toxins present in the food materials, especially in case of onion, garlic, the black color fungus, or the in case of groundnut and chili, where already the Aspergillus species or Aspergillus fungus have produced the toxins. The fungal would have removed at any post-harvest treatment, either by cleaning or drying, alternate drying and cleaning. The fungal population or the fungus may be completely removed, whereas the residue or the fungal residue or the toxins which is produced by the fungal remains there. In such case, the cold plasma can be used to eradicate the fungal toxins which is produced in the food materials. This is an effective method of removing the residuals present in the food material. And as I said, cold plasma in microwave inactivation, you can see the surface after exposing the plasma for 2 minutes. It can brought you about 3 lakh cycle reduction in E. coli. This treatment prevents the growth of mycelial in the surface of fruits, or in case of bread, baked product, cut fruits and vegetables. So you can see salmonella, it can produce 3 lakh cycle reduction in case of salmonella and listeria, monocytogenes. So 3 minute or 2 minute exposure to plasma can bring you 3 to 4 lakh cycle reduction of microarchaea population. The advantage is when you are exposing it for 3 minutes to a higher temperature, it degrades most of the color component, most of the other nutritional components are get destroyed. Whereas in case of cold plasma, it retains most of the nutritional parameters, and it destroys the microorganisms. So impact of cold plasma in enzymatic activity. So there are a lot of studies which shows the effect of plasma in controlling the enzymatic activity. You can see when you expose the sample of cut apple, 10 minute, 20 minute, 30 minute, there is approximately 65% reduction of browning area for 35 minutes as compared to control samples. So as you expose this cut surface to the plasma, it reduces the enzymatic activity in case of cut fruits and vegetables. Similarly, for other fruits also we can use the same plasma for controlling the enzymatic activity. The increase in the treatment time eventually decreases the polyphenol oxidase residues up to 42% in case of sweet potato and potato slices before frying. So this shows that plasma treatment of cut apple has low metabolic activity than control sample. So a similar effect can be observed in case of sweet potato and potato sauce as well. So in case of this industrial application, if you see, when you before frying this potato chips, if it has this less polyphenol oxidase, we can produce a clear white color chips. If you destroy the enzymes completely before going into the frying operations, it can avoid the brown spot where after frying it reduces the value of the chips. So that can also be one of the pre-operation can be used. And then the bacterial side effect of plasma in plasma activated water. You can see the surface changes. So this is a control sample. This is a you can see this microorganisms. The surface, when it is exposed to plasma, it destroys the cell wall. It destroys the cell wall component. It allows the cell wall to ooze out, cell wall content to ooze out, and you can see that is the cell is completely destroyed when it is exposed to plasma. So this is plasma activated treated, and this is control sample. You can see this very huge difference in the cell structure. And this is one of the study which we did in our lab, which enhancing the shelf life of green chili. So the green chili, the capsicum which we have taken is Jalapeno and this Pusa Javala. This is a two variety of plasma, which two variety of green chili taken to the study. We made plasma activated water, like 20 minutes plasma activated, 40-minute plasma activated, 60-minute plasma activated. The 20, 30, 40 minute is nothing. We make plasma first and we allow the reactive species or the electron, singlet oxygen or other reactive species which is produced by the plasma to get dissolved in the water. So we continuously allow the plasma gas to come in contact with the water. Using a bubbler, we enhance the rate of dissolving of this reactive species into the water. Once it is activated for 20 minutes, 30, 40 minutes and 60 minutes, we have taken the plasma activated water and dipped this green chili for few seconds and then removed it. Similarly, it is treated with cleaning solutions, commercially available cleaning solutions like pesticide removal solutions or vegetable wash, commercially available vegetable wash solutions. So, and then we have tested the quality parameters, like for 60 days we have stored these green chilies and evaluated the parameters. So you can see in case of 60 days, this is two different variety which is available in our market. The green chili which is treated for 60 minutes of plasma, 40 minutes of plasma, 20 minutes of plasma for 60 days. Even after 60 days, the freshness is retained in case of plasma activated water. 40 minutes, you can see the 40 minutes plasma activated water shows a better results in case of color retention. Whereas this is control sample and the cleaner solutions. So these are some of the cleaner solutions which is available in the market and the plasma activated water. And you can see again in case of another Jalapeno variety of green chili, it also retained the freshness and color of the green chili. And if you see changes in the water, so when you expose this water plasma to the water, you can see the decrease in the pH and increase in the oxidation reduction potential of water, and the reactive species concentration. There is an steady increase in the reactive species concentration in the water, oxygen reaction species and then nitrogen reaction species. So we have made 20 minutes, 40 minutes and 60 minutes. So there is a steady increase in the reactive species concentration in the water, and we have dissolved oxygen and dissolved nitrogen species. So both you can see an increasing trend with respect to 20 minutes, 40 and 60 minutes of exposure to plasma. Similarly, the pH reduces and then the oxidation reduction potential decreases. And we have when we experiment with this green chili, we can see 20 minutes, 40 minutes and 60 minutes treated with some cleaning solutions and control. So at 21 days, the weight loss, you can see the weight loss. At 21 day, you can see a weight loss, a higher weight loss of almost 15% in case of control sample and the cleaner solutions. Whereas in case of plasma activated water, 20 minute plasma activated water and 40 minute, 60 minute, there is no much, less than 5%. Weight loss is less than 5%. Similarly, in another variety, also we have less than 5% of weight loss, and we have less microbial growth. When compared to control sample and the cleaner solutions, it doesn't have any antimicrobial properties, whereas the plasma activated water shows a very high microbial reduction in both the varieties. And if you see the quality parameters like firmness, spoilage percentage, the firmness of the chili, again the plasma treated shows less changes in the firmness when compared to the control samples. And the spoilage percentage, the spoilage was in control is about 35%. 35% is spoiled, whereas plasma activated water 20%, 40% shows less than 10% of spoilage, whereas for 20 and 60% like slightly higher, 12% of spoilage was seen in green chilies. So you can see how effectively this plasma activated water can be used to extend the shelf life of fresh produce. So similarly, any food materials, any fresh fruits and vegetables, like we have tried with strawberry, we have tried with lemon, it shows very good results. It can be effectively used to extend the shelf life of fresh fruits and vegetables, especially plasma activated water. Okay, as such plasma have different application, as I said, modification and then seed germination, modification of starch. We are not going in depth into those aspects, but as such in case of plasma activated water can be used for as a vegetable alternate to vegetable washing or cleansing solutions. This is one of the potential application of plasma activated water. And then we have plasma activated ice also. The concept of plasma activated ice is gaining more important nowadays. Instead of using normal potable water ice, if you make ice out of plasma activated water, it retains the reactive species as such for a longer period of time, and it can be used to enhance the quality of meat product. When it is ice packed, especially the seafood, when it is ice packed, it can retain the freshness of the seafood. So today afternoon session you will be witnessing how this plasma is generated and how it is applied over the food material in our lab. If you have any doubt related to this plasma generation systems and plasma activated water, you can go ahead. Yes, it's a very interesting topic.
Good afternoon, sir. My question is, does this cold plasma treatment work well on all types of food? I mean, solid, liquid, semi-solid, like that?
Work like it's a surface operation. Mostly, in case of solid food materials, when it is exposed to the surface, it makes changes. It modifies the. If it is used for modification, it is giving good modification in the surface. And again, when it is exposed to a liquid, it is used to like it is used in case of extraction techniques. It degrades the cellular molecules and it degrades the microorganisms. Even the plant material, it degrades this. It breaks down even the plant cells.
Okay.
So there are different type of applications. What I am talking here is, as we are talking about post-harvest handling, one of the important application of this plasma is plasma activated water. Is it can be used to extend the shelf life of fresh fruits and vegetables. One is, the first thing is it destroys the surface microorganisms, and it reduces or it removes the pesticidal residues from the surface. So these two major advantages are there when it is used as a plasma activated water and it is used instead of cleansing solution or pesticide removal solutions.
Okay. So one more question. As a somewhere in the slide, you have mentioned the mechanism of cold plasma on microbial deactivation. Okay. There is mention that the protein denaturation and one more thing, oxidation of amino acids. So there might be chances of happening such effect on in case of food also.
Food materials
And,
also.
when we apply it to the food rather than
That's
like
what, it is widely used for modification, structural modification of protein, starch. Not only the food microorganisms, even the plant materials and the plant protein get denatured or altered in structure. The only thing is, the only way out is each and every reactive species or each and every, we have to characterize a plasma for a specific application.
Okay.
We have to produce a plasma which is having a reactive species of our interest which do whatever we require. Like if we want a modification, a structural modification, we need to make a characterize a plasma in such a way that it doesn't make changes in the other molecules, but it allows modification only. Such kind of plasma, more study has to be done in the plasma, characterization of plasma, and the particular plasma can be used for the particular application.
Thank you, sir.
If you are using a generalized plasma, it has lot of disadvantage.
Thank you.
Can plasma be used with other kinds of combination techniques like coating, plasma activated water as well as coating for preservation of fruits and vegetables? Is there a possibility for that?
Yeah, there are possibilities. Plasma itself a difficult task. It takes a like when it is comes to plasma, I am bringing this plasma activated water because if it is a plasma alone, generation of huge plasma is a difficult task first. Uniform exposure of fruits and vegetables. Like if you are exposing to a pin plate plasma, the one side of food materials will get exposed. One side of the fruit will get exposed. Other side of the fruit remains as such. So we need a mechanism to tilt the fruit through all the direction to expose to the uniformly to the plasma. Rather, we have to improve the design of plasma setup, or else we go for this plasma activated water. When you dip it in the plasma activated water, it covers the entire fruit. Like if you are talking about a larger fruit, we are talking about a larger fruit like apple or a pomegranate, we need a uniform exposure of plasma through entire side. That is the first difficult task we have. And then combining with other techniques can also be possible. Like initially we treat it with a coating solution, or then we could bring back to the plasma, or else first you treat it with a plasma and then you can take it to a coating solution, dip it in a coating solution. That is also that will also work good. Industrially you can combine.
The thing is, won't the reactive species interact with the coating solution? And
No. It combining in the sense it has to be one after another, not at the same time.
Same time. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So, and I have a doubt on the slide.
Yes, please. Which
What is EC, sir, in this? TDS and the other one is EC.
that is electronic oxygen reduction potential, and the TDS, electrical conductivity of the solution.
Oh,
Okay. So when there is a changes in the electrical oxygen reduction potential, it alters the electrical conductivity of the solution. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, please.
So my question is, you told us about plasma activated water. So we will treat water with cold plasma, right? So for how long time it will take the properties of plasma? Like we will keep water in a normal way as we are keeping, or we have to keep it in a particular condition with precautions and all? And for how long time it will take the properties of plasma? And
As per for 24 hours, we have seen there is no much changes. Once the oxygen species or nitrogen species get dissolved in the water, it remains in the dissolved state if it is closed, if it is completely closed and undisturbed
okay.
for 24 hours.
Okay.
If you are storing it under for a long time, definitely the reactive species will combine with other, like it degrades.
Okay.
Up to 24 hours, there is no much changes we have seen. Maybe after 24 hours, the dissolved oxygen species, the dissolved reactive species, the quantity of dissolved reactive species will decreases. It will be in a decreasing trend.
In a room temperature.
In a room
normal
temperature,
condition.
but up to 24 hours there is no much changes. If you see after 24 hours, it won't suddenly drop. The quantity of dissolved species in the water will get degraded slowly.
Okay.
Maybe after 5 days or 6 days, you may not have any dissolved reactive species in the water.
Okay.
Okay.
And sir, you told about plasma activated ice. Then what is the concept behind it?
That is a new concept coming around. There is no much studies in plasma activated water.
Okay.
If you freeze the plasma activated water, that's the same question. It's connected with your previous question also. The degradation of reactive species, the rate of degradation of reactive species from the water can be reduced. The rate of degradation of reactive species from the water can be reduced when the liquid matrix is converted into a crystalline structure. That is plasma activated ice. Again, the reactive species can be preserved for a longer time. When the ice melt into water, the reactive species again it can be used wherever it is essential. That is what the ideology behind the plasma activated ice is. Like when you use this plasma activated ice for packing the fish, especially frozen prawn or fish, when the ice melt into water, it has the reactive species dissolved in it, so that particular reactive species can arrest some microbial growth, right? That is what an idea, but there is only less studies in this particular area. Even in our lab we are trying to make some plasma activated ice and study the property of plasma activated ice first. Still there are in other part of the globe there are people doing the research. Still the results available are very less.
Thank you, sir.
Yes. Nutritional losses. Vitamins. There are nutritional losses. There may be nutritional losses. If it is, as I am telling about the larger fruits and surface treatment of fruits, right? We are doing this plasma treatment along with the fruit peel. Like as I said, pomegranate is treated as such with the water.
Yes.
So only the surface changes are there. The nutritional characters of the fruit inside is retained as such.
Yes.
If it is cut vegetables, for example, as I said, exposure of cut apples to avoid enzymatic degradation.
Yes.
In that case, again the answer is the same as previous question. We have to select a plasma type of plasma in such a way that it do whatever we require alone. The reactive species, or either we have to carefully choose the gaseous composition which we are taking for a particular operation. Right.
Yes.
Either we go for selective production of reactive species in plasma production and then do our job. So it destroys the enzymes alone and it doesn't react with the vitamins.
Yes.
In that way, we have to make a plasma in such a way that it doesn't destroy the enzyme, it doesn't destroy the vitamin component, whereas it only destroys the enzymatic components. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. My question is, at what temperature range does this cold plasma process carried out?
It is atmospheric temperature only. If we generate plasma, if you expose it to a surface for
Yes, sir.
3 minutes, 5 minutes, the temperature may increase from, if it is initial temperature is 30, it may go to 32, not
32.
more than that.
Okay, sir.
Like if we are continuously exposing to plasma, a surface temperature can go, maybe increase to 2 to 3 degrees Celsius. That's it.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable time in explaining and providing inputs on application of cold plasma, plasma activated water for preservation of fresh produce. Herewith, we are concluding our today's theory session with introduction of plasma, technical characteristics and influencing parameters in plasma treatment and effect of plasma activated water on quality parameters and properties of food components. Sir provided insights through the video about the working mechanism of dielectric barrier discharge, pin to plate plasma device and its application in food industry with case studies. Once again, thank you, sir. Now it's time to move to our demonstration session. Please split up into 2 groups as 15 participants in each group. Student coordinator will escort you to the demonstration venue. Afternoon session attendance will be taken there during the practical session. I repeat, afternoon session attendance will be taken during the practical session. Please attend the sessions without fail. Participant can dismiss to their respective halls after demonstration.
Hello, hello.
Plasma and plasma activated water for the food preservations. Food, this is the cold plasma apparatus, and this one the plasma activated water apparatus. This can you see? Okay. This is the basically the meant for non-thermal techniques, which is used for the extension of shelf life and preservation, as well as the microbial inactivation of the fresh fruits, meats, grains, pulses, anything you know in respective of food products. Basically, this is for the solid foods, any type of solid grains, pulses, meat, all these things, and this is for the liquid foods, plasma activated water. You can place a liquid, any type of liquid, slurry, and juice for the inactivations of microbes, enzymes, as well as to extend the shelf life. And in conventional methods, you have what we will do for the preservation. We will sun dry, we will heat, means give the heat for the about a certain period to kill the microorganism, pests, insects present inside the grains and pulses. I am emphasizing this type of foods. But in that conditions, in conventional preservation techniques, there is a basic demerits that it will also reduce the nutraceutical properties. Nutraceutical means it will has nutraceutical values, bacterial compounds, as well as volatiles, and some health benefits, which is reduced by the uses of temperature. So our main target is to minimize the microorganism counts, and reduce the pest insects present in the water, but as well as to preserve the all the nutritional properties, and also in by both doing will also means extend the shelf life of the produce. Suppose we have grains, fresh grains after the harvesting, we have grains, and we'll give cold plasma to it, and it will stored for certain if the conventional means if the uncontrolled means there is no applications of cold plasma. If it is stored for the 6 months, then after cold plasma our intent to be stored up to more than 6 months, that too with the storing its a nutraceutical properties. Okay, got it. And it is a non-thermal property because the application is during the application the temperature is nearly and is equal to the room temperature, so there is no reduction of the health potential bioactive compounds and the volatiles present in the whatever your target samples you are next. Yes, mechanism क्या है ना, it uses the gases, mainly the noble gases, inert gases like helium, nitrogen, hydrogen, all this, and you can also use the atmosphere gas also. It mainly uses these gases, and by the high electric field discharge it will convert into the ions like ozones, single oxygen atoms, all these things which can penetrate into the microorganism cells, pest cells, and insect cells, and it will kill the organisms by hampering the cellular metabolism. So this in this we have to put the sample here. We just give a certain voltage like 20 kilovolts, 30 kilovolts, basics of on the conditions which we are applying on the pulses, grains, and how much time it should be in the 5 to 10 minutes. Yeah, means not greater than the 15 to 20 minutes. It is very minimization time process. By the means suppose this is can simply tell by चुटकी से हम self life भी enhance कर सकते हैं. So this is the right process. In plasma activated water, same procedure, same mechanism also applicable, but it is applicable on the water. Means whatever the ionization is produced, it will give to the liquid foods, and these ions in the ions present, it will go to enjoy means supply to the liquid foods, and it will also kill the means microorganisms and fungus, all these things whatever hamper our fresh produce. He's our in one of the PhD students, Sivasis. He will demonstrate you the cold plasma means
how the equipment design, all these things, and also the advantages and disadvantages of them. Our samples is we took the rice, it is infected, already infected. We will see how the insects present in oil will be killed after the cold plasma treatment. Okay.
यार देखिए कैमरा अड़ू this cold plasma could be conveyed through this conveyor belt, and at meanwhile the plasma generated will be forced on this food product to for the decontamination of either these insects or microorganisms. So as you can see, this one this is one electrode, and this one is another electrode. So this one is connected to the live wire, and this one is the grounded one. So this is actually multi-pin type cold plasma reactor. As you can see, so many pins are there. So these pins are made up of stainless steel, and total 63 numbers of pins are there, 7 by 9. And the main mechanism is like, so for instance, suppose we are using cold plasma, mainly 3 types of cold plasma means, based on pressure. 3 types of cold plasma could be generated. One is at atmospheric pressure, one is below atmospheric pressure, and another one is above atmospheric pressure. So this one is at atmospheric pressure we are doing, because for instance, below atmospheric pressure, the chamber needs to be sealed, means there should be no leakage, or else that pressure below the atmosphere pressure that can't be maintained. So here what happens, so air is actually a bad conductor of electricity, but when we apply voltage, for instance, here the lower limit is 10 kilovolt and the highest is 30 kilovolt. So once the voltage reach around 10 kilovolt, the dielectric constant changes, and the gas, after that the gas acts like a good conductor, because of the formation of ions. Ions are basically charged particles, right? So because of that only the gas acts like a conductor, and this gas mainly reactive oxygen species and nitrogen species which are formed during this cold plasma reaction are the main reason behind this disinfection of microorganisms and insects and all. So in the reactive oxygen species, ozone comes, then single oxygen atom comes. One more thing is like, what are the parameters we can vary in this cold plasma reaction. One is the electrode distance, okay. So other one is the feed gas. So currently here feed gas is our atmospheric air only, so that composes of 78% of nitrogen and 21% of oxygen. But in case if people, there are certain studies where noble gases like helium and even pure nitrogen gases have been used for as a feed gas. And one more thing is flow rate. So here one blower is there, one regulator is there from where you can change the speed of the flow rate. So 3 parameters gone. One is electrode distance, one is feed gas, and there is flow rate, and 2 more things like voltage. Like I said, the voltage could be ranged from 10 kilovolt to 30 kilovolt, and time as per your requirement. So total 5 parameters we could change here. Okay, so this is the control panel. Here, from here itself we are going to vary the uh, uh, voltage and time. So we are going to treat this infested insect infested rice kernels at 30 kilovolt for 10 minutes. So we are going to place this here between these two electrodes. Okay, as you can see, right? This one is the ground electrode, this one is the live one, and this distance is 7 centimeter, working distance 7 centimeter. So here we have to turn it on. That says high voltage on. Time is 10 minutes already fixed before only. Here you have to check. Once it come to once, that means 10 kilovolt, and once it comes to 3, that means 30 kilovolt is reached. So once the voltage goes beyond 20 kilovolt, this hissing sound starts producing. So here now the countdown starts. So this LED light will blink once for 6 seconds. So this is the picture you can see. Means now you can't see the gases being produced. So once the light is off, so this is what formed in that reactor. Okay. So other than, like I said, reactive oxygen species are produced. Similarly, ultraviolet rays are also produced because in this reactor the atoms, they get excited. So once they get enough energy, so they get excited. So from excited state, they again come down to their ground state. So meanwhile they shed their excess of energy in the form of this UV light, UV photons and all. So as you know, UV means it is quite effective against microorganisms. Even in our aquaguard and all, UV filter would be there to disinfect the water. So main thing how UV light works means it changes the sequences of the genetic material of the microorganism. So that's why means they won't be able to reproduce furthermore. So that's why they are usually to polygenic death. So that is the reason behind means that is how cold plasma is effective against these microorganisms. So they are similarly, like madam said, that is the plasma activated water reactor. So here also, like is one electrode. This has to be put here. One separate casing is there where this has to be kept, and outer side, as you can see, there one metal strap is there, right? Okay, so that will act as the another electrode. Means for this one, if this one is the live one, positive one, the other one would act as a grounded one. So here from beneath the one pipe is there. Through this water will be sent, and this one is the outlet. So through this way the water has to come out. But meanwhile, what will happen? So that metal strap is there, and this one is the water will actually flow in this annular space provided here. You can see, right? So like outer the strap is surrounding this whole circumference of the tube, So the plasma will be generated in radially. It's whole circumference it will cover. So meanwhile, when water will pass through these annular spaces, it will get charged, and that plasma activated water could be further studied for various purposes, like for decontamination of food products, or for even these are nowadays used for in irrigation water as well, because it is said that this plasma activated water is would be rich in nitrates and all. So plants require mostly three kinds of nutrients, like NPK, nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. So this nitrogen, plants require mainly nitrogen in the form of nitrates only. So that's why this plasma activated water now are being used for irrigation purposes also. Moreover, even this plasma activated water has been used for accelerating the germination of seeds and all. So here is one picture. So you can see this is how plasma is generated inside a plasma activated water reactor. Yeah, initial investment would be high. So once you start producing in a mass scale, in a larger quantity, then no operational cost in the sense for electricity you have to provide, because you see this is our household electricity only we are using, 220 volt we are using, and we have transformer is there, so step up transformer is there to step up the voltage. So there in electricity there will be no issue, but like I said, initial investment would be higher, because the equipment itself would cost too much. But once it starts producing in a large scale, so there won't be any issue. So only 4.4 minutes left. Which one? That is current in milliampere. तो उसको और सारा ट्रीटमेंट टाइम देना पड़ता, और 10 मिनट्स the layer has to be more thin. Not that much. What? That is still there. Thing is, like, you have to optimize the what, like I said, either the what working distance has to be changed, or the flow rate has to be increased, or the treatment period at least we could change, because the voltage was maximum 30 kilovolt. We can't go beyond that. So one way you could reduce that is by increasing the treatment period.